Oh my God, I'm not even muted. Am I? I don't think so. Am I muted? I wasn't. I'm just sitting here chilling. That's crazy. Sitting here chilling in silence. Chat, I have a surprise for you. Oh my God. This is the day that has just not stopped. It is not stopped. I have done so many things. I have worked so hard, and I did just fix my dishwasher by myself. I am so capable. I unscrewed some things, cleaned some things out, screwed some things back in, made sure all the hoses weren't kinked. I did it by myself, and now guess what? It's working. It's out there. It's working. It's doing the dishes. I've cooked a potato. I haven't eaten anything. I'm starving. I've washed my hair, and look what else I did. I would like you all to acknowledge how pretty my background looks, because I spent 3 hours this afternoon fixing it for everyone. So I hope you're all happy. The pile of books is back. I added a lamp and another pile of books and a pile of books in the thing. And I pinged Discord all by myself. But look, I fixed the whole thing. I moved the camera. I moved this monitor. I have fixed. Yes, I know, but it wasn't what it is now. I put a new light. It's Christmas themed. No, it's just me themed. But I have fixed it. And so, and the camera has been lowered, but in order to lower the camera, I had to lower the monitor. But this monitor is still quite high, which is fine. But the camera now, it's fine. Anyway, I'm just really proud of myself because I worked really, 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 really hard. Okay. So I'm just gonna sit here and eat. All I had in my house was a small potato, but I did have cheese and sour cream. So we're having that, and then I have a kiwi fruit. And then I'll have chicken nuggets later. And then that just has to be today because I wasn't going to the supermarket and I refused to order food. So. And what was it about celebrating a 5-year-old? Sorry, she's 5. She actually turned 5. I was wrong. She turned 5. What was it? Honestly, I've been in a really good state of mind since getting ChatGPT to fill my nutritional holes, and going back to journaling and reading, and just balancing my life out again a little bit more. And also, I really do think that existential philosopher on TikTok has helped me a little bit as well with my, shall we say, chronically depressed state. Hello, Tipsy Dough with Tasty Crust. Lol. Hello, Evan. Welcome. That would do. It's getting cold.
It's a full-blown house deposit, so...
Happy to hear you're journaling against mixed.
Yeah, honestly, I'm having a good time. Like, I'm having a good time. Even if I don't feel like journaling, I'm generally quite happy because I have really nice handwriting. So even if I'm there and I'm like, I hate journaling, I hate all this, I'm like, wow, you have nice handwriting. And then I'm like, even if that is self-absorbed and bullshit, guess what? You're doing it. Doesn't matter. Who cares? I am eating a baked potato. On this baked potato, I have 3 different types of dairy: butter, cheese, and sour cream, and salt and pepper, and fried onions, fried shallots that you get in the thing, in the container. Okay, this is all I had in my house because I'd already had toast today. so I didn't want to have more toast, but I do have
It's a
4 bits of
full-blown
toast.
house deposit.
Mo,
so-
54 months. Thank you so
Ahoy.
much. And Greet, 34 months. Ahoy. Welcome. Also, you'll notice I've changed the color scheme of my lobotomy fund. I think it suits the vibes better. So I'm so tired. Luckily, here's a delicious caffeinated drug drink I prepared earlier. Suck on that freely. A joyous occasion. A joyous occasion. Yep, that's great. Mm-hmm. Remember, she was calling coffee drugs. So given your recent spiral, can we do the history of fad diets tonight? I'm not on a diet. I'm just not eating gluten in hopes. I don't know, guys. I feel really healthy right now. I feel really healthy and put together. Stay tuned. You should make bets on how long it lasts until my next mental breakdown. That's what we should do as a community. Yeah, there are so many fad diets. The worst one at the moment is the carnivore diet. I have 10 subs on a month. As in, you think I'm going to have a breakdown in a month? That's really valid. Can we just acknowledge how good my new background is, though? No, oats react the same way, straw men. So I used to think oats were okay for me, but for people, if you do have celiac, oats can be really bad. This is not a new lamp. It's my grandma's lamp that she gave me, but I used to have it there, but you couldn't see it because the angle of the camera was higher and different. But what I've done is I've moved the camera down and now you can see the pretty lamp. So I moved it back. It's not a granny lamp, it's an antique. I love lamp. Also, my friends bought me a lamp for my birthday. And the lamp that they bought me for my birthday, what they didn't realize is I needed a table lamp. I needed a lamp for my bedroom. But they bought me a floor lamp. So now I have 2 floor lamps. And the lamp that they bought me for my birthday is in the living room. And so this lamp was currently just sitting in a corner. Now, keeping in mind, the wiring for this lamp is currently broken. It's like a full-blown antique. And my grandma gave it to me when she moved out of her house. She's like, this is yours. It is from my granny, but it was an antique when my grandma bought it. What do you mean broken? As in the electrical wiring doesn't work. It's not plugged in. My grandma told me the story before she died. So, it used to work. I just need to get it rewired. Yeah. I've just got to get it rewired. It's actually, it's so, my God, calm the fuck down. Sorry, I'm like on one. The energy is still, mainly because I've just fixed my own dishwasher. I'm just a bit overwhelmed. No. It's not plugged in. The light I've moved this light. This is not a lamp. It's not plugged in. I just moved it there because I thought it looked nice. Okay, anyway, not the point. The point is my grandpa took my grandma shopping a few years into their marriage, and they went into a little antique store on a road trip, and my grandma picked out that lamp and my grandpa bought it for her as an antique from an antique store at that time. So it's a double antique. I mean, I don't think the store exists anymore, Evan. It was a long time ago. But it was like an antique store, I guess. She did tell me what street it was on. I'd be able to show you, but I wouldn't because it's a dox. Obviously not broken when they bought it. I've added all my books. So books, and there's a few still out in the living room. But what I did was I went to Bunnings and bought plants. So I'm still working on my living room still, but I will make it more plants in the living room and trinkets and less books. And all the books are in piles here so that I can flex my intellectual nature on the peasants of the internet. I'm just sort of. I read on my Kindle. Half the books on the floor I have on my Kindle. I'm disabled. I can't hold a book for very long. It's hard on my hands. So thank you for that incredible advice, Party Hardy. They're a fire hazard, the books. I'm reading Morning Star. I'm getting through it. I've got 8 hours left in Morning Star, which is the third book in the Red Rising trilogy. Books are for aesthetics first and reading second. I don't know who said they missed a pile of books. It was one of you. And I was like, you know what? I haven't spent any effort on my background since I moved into this apartment. Because it really did seem like too much work. And to be fair, it was a lot of work. It was a lot of work today, and I really have not stopped. And Pixel kind of looked at me like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Why? What are we doing? Hey, Holy Bunch of Roses, welcome back. I noticed they're out of focus, so we can't judge you. Well, I don't mean to make them out of focus. You squint. No. I actually went and bought a bunch of fake books, guys, to put in the background. That's what I did. All right. But my background, you have to admit, looks way cozier than it did. And I think the angle of the camera is nicer. So, yay. Guys, I didn't go buy a book sculpture. I'm really hoping this potato cuts it for at least a little while. Do you have a better angle, do you think? Yeah. I don't think I have any good angles, but I feel like I have a better angle. And it's definitely this side of my face as opposed to this side. But like, I'm not super anti this side. It just doesn't have as much structure. Whereas this side, I think it's like two different people. Whatever. Do you eat the skins or no? Of the potato? Absolutely. That's where all the nutrients are. It does look cozier and bigger. I thought you had managed another cabinet. Nope. Nope. I think it's the lamp and the reflection of the lamp. And also just like the differing lights. Like there's a lot to look at now. Do you know what I mean? It's fun. It honestly, it feels more lived in too. It feels more lived in. I've just got to work on this side now. It's pretty good, but it could just use a little bit more cozying up. I just don't know how to do that. You know what I mean? It's overstimulating, or is it cozy? What do you want, a plain white background? By the way, do you know how much I had to do in order to make this background work? I had to change the extension panel from that plug to the one in the cupboard so that I could plug that lamp in, because that extension plug only had 4 holes, and that extension plug only had 4 holes, and this one had 6. So I had to move the 6-hole extension plug into the cupboard and move the 4-hole extension plug over there so that I had enough plugs to plug in the lamp. Not the lamp that doesn't work, but the lamp that is currently lighting the things. And so that was a lot of effort, obviously. Maybe it feels more lived in because Zbogad is an ancient mantra that invites extraplanar guests to inhabit the space. What? Do the books draw much energy? What do you mean? Oh, I haven't done that yet, Tasty. I didn't even go to my P.O. box. Oh, I see what you did there, Trier. Go and pick out a book that speaks to you right now. There's heaps there. The top, that one's Lord of the Rings. That one is, I don't know. The next one, Brandon Sanderson. One, something called Lifespan. There's one Strawman gave me, How to Have Impossible Conversations. Look, it's not a good stack, all right? I'm going to have to fiddle. Like, it's precarious right now. It's precarious. I did not have time, okay? Like, I'll have to fix that. It's precarious. One wrong move and that thing would fall over. I expect at least 7 copies of Das Capital. I don't have a copy of Das Capital. Someone can send me one. Go on. Yeah, send me the manifesto, chat. I can't guarantee I'll read it, but I will intellectually flex it on other people. If you want. I saw the pun too, Bill. No Lenin in the pile? There is no Lenin in the pile. No. Or anything I've read politically is on my Kindle, and honestly, the last thing I read was The Origins of Totalitarianism, and we're all fucked. So we're well and truly there, guys. So I don't know what to tell you. What do you mean the origins of totalitarianism? We're still here. The totalitarianism is right here, right now. The potential for book avalanche is captivating. I know. Stay tuned. Stay tuned for a potential book avalanche. I didn't need a book to tell me that. Yeah, neither. You know what I'm really into at the moment? Kiwi fruit. Truly. It's really good. What do you mean by politics collapsing? I'd be down to smoke to that. Guys, in other great news, I can still hear my dishwasher working. So strong, so independent. Did it all by myself. Didn't even cry. Didn't even cry.
Trier Handera gifted a tier 1 sub to Calidus. They
Trier,
have
thank you for
given
gifting Calidus.
2,706 gift subs in the channel.
Clearly the best socialist in the chat. You know, we love the distribution of wealth. Is your refrigerator running? It is. Isn't that crazy? Is it that crazy? Do you really let it build up? What? My mental illness? Yeah. Are you judging me? I'm really good right now, so. Your dishes? Hell no. I mean, I don't like to waste water, so I wait until my dishwasher is full before I run it. But that happens probably once every 2 days because it's just me. So, yeah, I won't run it if there's only a few things in there. But saying, do I wait for it to build up? No, it was broken. So I had to fix it. And I did. I did. All by myself. And I didn't even cry. And I'm very happy. All right? Because there, you know, past me would have had a mental breakdown, cried, and been like, oh no. I need a help. As in you just wash a few dishes and put them on a rack? I don't have a, you know how some kitchens have like the sink and then there's like a place for a dish rack? I don't have that in my apartment. It's just a sink. There's not really a spot for a rack. It's really annoying. So yeah. I don't have a draining board. It's weird. Like there's so much shit wrong with this apartment. I don't think it's up to code either. Like there's yeah, it's just it's not good, but it's fine. Is there a spot for dirty dishes? I just put dirty dishes in the sink until I'm ready to put them in the dishwasher. Because no, there isn't really a spot for dirty dishes, no. Yeah, it's really weird. Do you know the worst thing about the sink here? It's square, and so the corners are really hard to clean. This is apartment living for you. It's so much fun. I love being poor. I'm joking. Subscribe today. It's so annoying. You don't realize how annoying it is until you don't have one. Because like I was at my mum's obviously for the last 20 hours or whatever, and her kitchen just makes so much more sense. Well, you know how some sinks have rounded edges? Well, this one has like full square edges, so the corners are just really hard to clean. And you can't put the sink in the dishwasher. If it makes you feel better that people with money are choosing to put in square sinks because they like them, I don't know, just give me rounded like edges. Sometimes I look at those fancy looking ceramic sinks and wish I had one, then I realize old school stainless steel is hard to beat. You can't beat a stainless steel sink. Oh wow, a hype train during September. That's right. For September, there's lots of goals you can reach. If you just scroll down my page, you can see them. Things like cheap live lens and me exercising, perhaps a cooking stream. There's other things too, like really scary games. And if you're the sentimental kind, if we make it all the way to 3,000 subs over the next month, I will write Christmas cards for people who have been subscribed over 2 years and who want one. You're welcome. Handwritten. Even though every time I say I'm going to do it,
This is a full
T-Tam.
house deposit. So
6 months in advance. I do like it when everybody in September is like, yeah, let's do it. That is very kind. Thank you very much. Hi, Buddha. Yeah, lots of people count in it. Oh, and the top 3 sub gifters this month get handwritten thank you notes and a friendship bracelet. So, again. And I just bragged about my handwriting. So, hi, Srirachi. No, I don't get all the money at once. It's just each month as it comes through, I'm pretty sure. I expect at least 2 A4 pages in my personalized Christmas gift. The mods aren't getting Christmas gifts like they did last year because they were too expensive to send. All right, I've learned my lesson. You're getting cards and things that are cheaper to send. I sent boxes that were too heavy and the postage ended up being like $250 fucking dollars. I've never seen that many stamps. It was so many stamps. I sent yeah. But you know what? Every so often, not that hard, but oh my gosh. Yeah, well, Macca's, yeah, I'm pretty sure it comes through each month. I don't know, Vox. I don't know this time. I don't think so. Oh, Pixel. Get it out. This is why I sent via courier rather than the post. No stamps. Smart. Yeah, I'm into all the Swedish candy that I got given. Although, you know what's really funny? In my jar, all the sugar has fallen to the bottom. Look. Look, it's all fallen off. And now the sugar is all at the bottom of those licorice flavored ones that are at the bottom that I will begrudgingly eat when I get there. Maybe I'll just. Mm. Yum. Yeah, postage is crazy, said Tomo. At least it was at Christmas time. And it took me ages. I couldn't even send anything to Canada. Explain History Night to you. Thanks, Tasty. Oh. Should have gotten that friendship bracelet when I had the chance. Wait, Vox, do I still owe you one? If I get in a friendship bracelet and make you mood on, I'll sort it out, but I'm still waiting on magic cards from Japan and hoping my package hasn't been stolen off my porch. That's stressful. $188 to ship to the US? The fuck? Yeah, I ain't sending anything. Sauce. Letters only. Buddha, what do you think this is? What do you think? I just sit here, Willie. I'm so confused. No, why do you think you get to control the conversation and the things that I talk about? Right now, I don't know if you're just trying to participate in the conversation, but it's giving entitled and it's frustrating. It's just an ick. It's icky. I don't know how to explain it other than it feels icky. Yesterday was Labor Day, also marked 100 years since the coal mining war ended. Well, that's great. That's one war that ended, I suppose. Yes, but you're not contributing to the actual conversation. You are shifting the conversation. When you're like, tell me about History Night. Okay, let's talk about food. Like, it's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm chilling. I'm so chill. Never been more chill. You have dirt on Ozpost? Ooh. As in, like, they're fucked and have been closing locations Australia-wide and it's some bullshit? You know those sorry we missed you cards they leave and how it's a meme that it happens so often? Yeah, it's because they don't even try to deliver, right? because if it's on you to collect the parcels, it's much easier for them to deliver. Like, it's less work. I think most recent, Phil. I think, yeah. I mean, there's definitely episodes we've never watched, but we're pretty up to date. I spent some time walking around in Outer Wilds today and fell into the sun once. Yeah, we've all been there. That's normal behavior. You validated me. What, Elsirian? The account holder gets charged $8.50 per card. Of course. Capitalism at work. That's wild. That's wild. I hate when they say they knocked and they clearly didn't, Suki. It's so ridiculous. I saw there's now a gambling app that says it's for paying bills. Oh my God. There's so many, honestly, between personal courses, life coaches, and every new AI app coming out and gambling, people are so fucked. You either work on yourself to the point that you can engage in capitalism with some semblance of critical thought, or you are truly at the will of people who all they want to do is manipulate your search for meaning, manipulate your mental health, and like you're so fucked. Salmon, that's wild. Oh, I mean, Vox, it's terrible here. We have terrible sports betting culture. Yeah, Aramex sucks too, Party Hardy. Basically, all the delivery things suck here. You can gamble if a bill gets paid? Man, late stage capitalism is so brutal. Yeah, I know. Putting it back on you, Vox. Delivery person, Buddha. I'm pretty sure, right? Like, isn't it a UPS driver? Literally pitting the poor against one another. Yeah, and it works a lot of the time. And then it's your fault. Remember, it's your fault. You know, I was listening to the radio today while I was driving, and they were talking about robo-debt. And how people literally killed themselves because of the robo-debt scandal that happened here in Australia, where based on an algorithm, basically the government decided if you had been ripping off the government in regards to like disability payments or job seeker payments or any payments from the government, And Robodebt basically ran an algorithm and decided some people were cheating the system. They weren't. And people killed themselves because they were like, I can never pay back the amount of money they're saying I owe. Which is just so traumatic. And it's so interesting to me, the fact that we assume that poor people are bad people.
Never find such good
Arclight, 70 months and a sneaky tier 3. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. 70 months is an awfully long time. But it's so funny because the philosophy that is needed to be like, you know who we need to really get the money back off? The poor people who are stealing from the government. That's where we'll be able to get money that is lost. They don't look at the tax loopholes that giant corporations are skipping through. No. They went after the poor. It's so infuriating. Bye, Suki. In a meritocracy, the rich must be good, case closed. It's just really frustrating. Imagine if the mining corporations paid the right amount of tax, Sotomo. I know, but people do think that way. I thought that way growing up. I didn't know any better. I didn't know any better. I was like, oh, see that poor person on the street drinking alcohol? They must have made a lot of bad decisions in their life to get to that point. How did that even happen? You don't understand, right? And some people never grow out of that. They're just like, wow, that's all your fault. The shitty decisions you made led you to that point. That's what they think. And like, to a certain point, there is a little bit of personal responsibility, sure. But like, so much shit happens to you in life that is fully out of your control. Especially if you have no help. And and to be so judgmental of someone in that position, I think is just so wrong. Yeah, Phil. There's a really poignant episode of Golden Girls from the late 80s where one of them faces potential homelessness for reasons completely beyond her control. If they got it in the 80s, I resent not being taught it in my youth. Oh no, they've got it for a really long time, but like the politics of fuck the poor are so appealing for the few. Which is just, she doesn't love you. That's even worse. It's not even people who struggle with addiction, Karma, because rich people struggle with addiction, but we don't moralize them for it. We don't care that the rich lawyers are snorting fucking $500 of cocaine every weekend. We don't moralize that. But we moralize poor people having a six-pack because they should be doing something better with their lives, you know? For some reason, like, addiction is moralized only if you are poor in a lot of cases. Yeah, I know. Housing first initiatives are incredibly successful. Tasty. Musk is on Ket, but he gets away with it because he's rich. Yep. And he thinks he's doing it. He's different. He's not like the other ketamine users. He does it because he's so smart and it opens up his brain. All right. In a way that's really important. It's actually medicinal, his ketamine usage. It's not drug addiction, it's medicinal. Hey, oui, bonjour. Problems? I don't have problems. I'm on Cat. Dottie, bad time? Never. Welcome on in. Then you have our president who tells cities, fuck housing, you're going to have the military take over. Yeah, well, it's since him and Trump broke up and he got dumped by Trump, you know? People aren't talking about him as much. He's lost favor with the dictator of the USA. I don't care that much about him. He's so awful. Do you know what he said about trans people? Like, his daughter is trans, and some of the shit that comes out of that man's mouth, he's an awful, awful person. I think he realized his stocks weren't doing great when he was on the news all the time. Yeah, crazy that. Apparently, he's trying to make houses that you can sell for 6K. Yeah, everyone gets a shipping container. Everyone gets a shipping container in the X company town. Get excited. It's going to be a really good time. NGL, I've been looking at converting shipping containers. Well, some people can make it work. Like if like some I can understand wanting to live in a shipping container home. That works for sure. Vox, never say never. Hey Guppy. I will. I do know that you don't need a lot of space to be happy. Like I live in the perfect amount of space. I do not need any more. I do not want any more. The only thing I want is this, but with a garden. I don't need any more space though. And I don't live in a big apartment. I live in a cozy, tiny little apartment. But do I want to clean anything bigger than this? No. No, I don't. I do not want to. So I don't want any more. You can touch your ceilings? I cannot touch my ceilings, straw man. It's not very common in Australia that you can touch your ceilings. Like, I cannot touch my ceilings. Maybe, no, but yeah, I mean, maybe Tiny would be able to touch the ceilings, but like, even like a 6'2" person wouldn't be able to touch the ceilings in here. Okay, Evan. Good luck. Have fun making that happen. I'm excited for you. Just tried, can't touch mine, and I'm 5'10". I felt betrayed when I learned Tiny was actually tall. I know it's such a scam, isn't it? Fun fact, minimum ceiling height for Australia is 7 foot. That is a fun fact. I'll never forget the popcorn ceiling in that first house I shared with my friend and the black mold. That was in that room. That was a great time. And I lived in that house for like 2 years with black mold in the room, breathing it in. I'm sure it didn't kill me. I tried killing it with everything. I tried killing it with everything. Oh, there sure are, Clunt. Black mold? Yeah, it's black and it's mold and you can't get rid of it. And it's because that the bathroom, I don't think had proper ventilation. So what would happen was the steam from the bathroom must have over the years come through into that bedroom. Are you saying I have brainworms, Hammock? Gasp. Brittany Murphy was murdered allegedly in my conspiracy brain. Absolutely not. I try and do the thing. I adopt all of the good things from different cultures. Feng Shui from, Eastern culture. I open the windows and the doors in my apartment once a day to let the air in. Very important. Like they do in Scandinavia. Like you've got to get air, real air through your apartment. Very important. What else do I do? I don't fucking know. What did you adopt from British culture? Tea. I love a cup of tea. In fact, I think I will have a cup of tea soon. Although my mum nearly killed me yesterday because, again, every time she offers me a cup of tea, I'm like, yes, I would like a cup of tea. So I reckon I had about 6 cups of tea. And then the last cup of tea we had at nighttime, it was about 10:30. It must have had fucking drugs in it because it was so strong. And then I woke up and I could not go to sleep. And then in my sleep, I was like half asleep, but like I was so tired, but I was half asleep and awake and sweating and just so uncomfortable because I'd had way too much tea. The caffeine was over. It was too much caffeine. It was not good. It was very bad. I really have to learn to say no to my mother. Truly. I really need to learn how to say no, I would not like the last cup of tea. Mum dropped the tab in the wrong cup. I don't think it was a tab. Imagine. No, my mum doesn't do drugs. She's never really done drugs. Alcohol, yes. But no drugs. And my mum didn't drink until she was 40. Truly. I think my mum had her first glass of wine at 40. So, kind of crazy. Then you put on jazz music really loudly while cooking 4 separate dishes in the kitchen as you took another crack at writing your ebook. No. Yesterday, I went to my niece's birthday. We came home, I got in the bath, and I read my book. And it was and it had bubbles. There was so many bubbles in the bath, and it feels like such a privilege because I don't have a bath. So her children drove her to drink. Interesting. I would say that a lot of mothers feel that way. Raising 3 kids is hard. And it's a lot of work for a lot of women. I think it's valid they drink. It's very hard to relax, okay? It's hard work. A shower is so much better than a bath anyway. I say that as someone who only has a bath. What do you mean? You don't only have a bath. You have a shower. Do you have a shower over bath though? Yeah, you get the bathtub to shower. I mean, yeah, I can understand distaste for a shower over bath, but you really need one of those, especially if you have kids. I would love one of those. Oh my God, just any sort of bath. Oh, a dream. I feel like such a princess when I go to my mum's and I have a bath. Truly. Like, it is the richest I feel. I go to my mum's and I have a bubble bath at her house and I'm like, oh yeah, the billionaires think they have it good? Mm-mm. They haven't had a bath like this. Obviously they have. But that's a bit, I feel very, yeah, I feel good about it. Yeah, baths are for comfort and they make your muscles feel nice. Did you also have a wine and a sandwich? I did not have wine or a sandwich or a cup. I didn't have anything. I just had my book. I kind of feel bad having one that never gets used now. Well, now you have to have at least one bath, for the people who don't have any. I remember when I was moving and I thought I could be picky and choosy about the apartment that I would get. And I was like, I'm going to get an apartment with a bath. I was wrong. The apartments that I could get with a bath looked like they were out of a prison. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, it's the shower life for me, I suppose. Hi, Tigan. That's exciting though. The prison bath. I don't know. I don't want to empty a portable bath. I don't want any. I'm good. I just sit in the shower when I need to cry or relax or process any thoughts or emotions. When I had my kidney stones, the only thing that took the pain away was a bath. Hard drugs didn't even work. Have you shower beard? No, I've done the step above a shower beer and I've had a shower orange. You don't know what you've been missing in your life until you get an orange and you eat it in the shower. Like, you tear the orange open like you're some sort of primal animal, and then you just eat the orange in the shower. And it doesn't matter that it's drippy or all over your face. And the smell smells so good. And it was maybe the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. It was not a drunk activity. I was in the midst of pneumonia and I was on the phone to Joe and I had vomited and I didn't know what to do about it. And I was explaining to Joe that and she's like, just clean it up and then get in the shower and take an orange with you into the shower and eat the orange in the shower. And I was like, I don't believe you. This is bullshit. I got out of the shower and I was like, wow, you've cured my pneumonia. My pneumonia was not cured, but it did help a lot. It's not a Megaverse fanfic. I can, if you're in a particularly bad state, I can recommend the shower orange. This was before we checked in on Freely. This was Christmas last year. Asking my next date, have you ever had an orange in the shower, just to make sure that they'll never consider such an activity? It's not my fault you don't want to live. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Release your inhibitions. Feel the juice on your skin. No one else can peel it for you, only you can let it in.
It's pretty funny. That was pretty good. Thank you for the 66 months. That was pretty good. Just need shower garbage disposal installed and do food prep there. Okay, well, let's not take it too far, Sanguinary. It's a half-time activity in the game of mental health. I was explaining to Joe that I wanted to rip my face off, and she's like, you need to get in the shower with an orange. All right? I don't want to stomp grapes in the shower. Because I haven't sung it probably, Dottie. Hekamaro. Your face off? Yeah, when I'm particularly mentally ill, I do want to rip my skin off. I don't. But that is my natural inclination. Do you not ever feel like that? Is that not something you experience? That means you're mentally stable. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. That sounds like a Night Sinclair. No, this was not Josie. Joe. Girl dozer Joe. Silly serious Joe. Josie's the one that gave me the sickness. And then the other Joe fixed me. I still love Josie though, even though she got me sick at Christmas. I've forgiven her, and I love her dearly. So a harmful Joe and a helpful one, and they swing back and forth. Get some friends with names that don't start with J-O? No. Oh, thanks, Fox. I just parted it.
Boy!
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Shower Orange. They have given 321 gift subs in the channel.
It's true, friends can kill you. That is a thing. How's Josie doing, by the way? She's really good. Cult of the Lamb is going really well. She's happy, and it's her birthday this weekend, so we're celebrating. So, yeah, she's doing really well. I'm so excited to give her a big hug for her birthday. She's good. She's happy. And yeah, you can go buy the Cult of the Lamb DLC. if you want to. Because she does all the marketing and socials for Cult of the Lamb. She thinks she's so nice to me. She thinks it's incredible that I'm still streaming. Because it's not, I take it back. It's an easy life, but it's not. And Josie is one of the few people who really understands the challenges and some of the reasons she left streaming consistently. And so for that reason specifically as well, Josie is like such a good support for me, because while this job, you know, again, I'm not in the mines, I'm not doing anything, you know, I'm not doing anything world changing or particularly, you know, I'm not complaining, but there are certain challenges that come along with this job. And Josie is someone who really understands those challenges and is such a good friend to me, and helps me navigate some of the difficulties, I guess. Oh, of course, drum. But I just remember I was complaining about streaming once, and Peg Me Sabrina was like, fuck you, you're not in the mines. You're not in the army. And I was like, you know what? You're so fucking right. You know? Like, it's, you don't have a right to complain. I do in like a dramatic, you know, facetious way, but I don't, you know? Peg Me Sabrina is a crazy name. Just one of many, Phil. Just one of many. You're a good influence. Honestly, when it's not winter time, I think I am a good influence. Truly. As long as it's not winter and I've survived winter, I think I'm really good at being a good influence. Like, I'm a trier. I have always tried. And it's relatable because I'm definitely not perfect, but I will try, and I will encourage other people to try. And even if I fail, I have no sense of shame. So I'll share it with you. And now we're at the point of my life where I can fix my own dishwasher. So I didn't cry when I got a hole in my tire. Just saying. Just saying. Did someone call me? No. Oh. No, I said I'm a trier. As in, like, you know how Taylor Swift said she's not cool? She's always had to try? Well, I'm not very cool. I've always had to try. You changed the tire and did what to the dishwasher? Well, I unscrewed the side to check the hole, and then I cleaned out the bottom bits and put them all back together. And then I screwed it down. And then it just worked. So, yeah. Had any muffins lately? No, because I'm off gluten. But, guys, there's a lot of blossom on my mum's plum tree, which my mum said is really good for fruit. That suggests this season there might be a lot of fruit on that tree. And one of the greatest things to eat is an upside down plum muffin. And I'm really hoping that there's a gluten-free recipe for an upside down plum muffin, because I want to make upside down plum muffins. Tasty, don't throw me under. I was very scared. But you could make so many prunes instead, and I do love prunes. Yeah, my mum has plum blossoms right now. Jesus, I was joking. Prunes are disgusting. Mm-mm. Prunes are great. What do you mean? Prunes are delicious. I'm a shill for big prune. You know what's the worst thing about a prune? The word prune. Prunes are not disgusting. They're yummy. You're wrong. You don't get it. You don't have to eat many. You're not supposed to eat heaps of them. I like figs. Nightmare texture? You're a nightmare texture. We had like 5 months of pure prune propaganda on this stream. Yeah, we did. Okay? They're like big sultanas. Talking about prunes, it's 20 past 8. Where are these ankles built for gaming? Blinky, I'm not gaming tonight. If I game at all, it will be tomorrow night after regular stream. Maybe. I was thinking maybe trying to start stream at about 4, chatting for a little bit, singing at around 6 o'clock, and then maybe gaming from like 8 till 10. I don't know. We'll see how well I sleep tonight. Because Tiny was like, I want to see you game at nighttime. And then I realized it is kind of bitchy if I don't play any game at nighttime and only during the day. So I was like, well, if I start stream at 4 and then sing and then, I don't know, hopefully make enough money to survive, and then I can do nighttime gaming for the people who have maybe missed out on Outer Wilds, because it is kind of one of those games that you can kind of just pick up because it's just like exploratory and I can answer questions and I'm having so much fun that I want to play it. No, you don't really need to be up to date because I can explain it. It's kind of I, it's no exploratory. Like you kind of just I will be able to help you. Like I can just show you around. It's not like the storyline isn't particularly linear and I can give you all the information you need and you can just enjoy me watch the game, I think. Would you agree? People who have seen the game? Would you agree with that analysis? Yeah. So it's actually a really good game for streaming and chatting because it mostly just involves me crashing a spaceship on different planets and trying not to die. Yeah, Dottie, shut up. I mean, you're right, but hi, Dirty Deeds. Welcome on in. Every Thursday. Chat, I think I want another Coke Zero, but I'm running low and all out and I'll have no Coke Zero for tomorrow. But I could do a grocery shop tomorrow. But then why would I do a grocery shop tomorrow when I have... Oh no, maybe I should do a grocery shop tomorrow. Because you need gamer fuel for your gaming. I also need olive oil. I'm out of olive oil. I used the last of it on the potato. What was tonight's girl dinner? A baked potato with cheese and sour cream and fried onions and a kiwi fruit. It's alright, I got nuggets for later. And I had an egg on toast for breakfast. And a little bit of chocolate and some sweet potato chips. It's not enough, but it's fine. You know what? I am going to drink the rest of the Coke Zero. No one can stop me. I am an adult and I fix my dishwasher. I really don't have very much left. Yeah, I know. I don't want to hear it. Why is the Coke gone? It's all gone. It's 2 liters. Wait, when did I thought you hated Spider-Man? Yeah. I've come round. I've come round to the 0-calorie Coke Zero thing. And I cannot explain to you why, but there's a very specific reason. Let's say, wait, I will tell you, but you have to promise to be nice to me and you can't judge me, all right? You promise, chat? If I tell you I'm telling you a secret and everybody owes me $5, I'm joking. So there was this one time that my friend had an edible. My friend did. And that friend, she was just like, you know what's really crazy? The bubbles in Coke Zero feel different to the bubbles in a regular Coke when she had the edible. And from that moment on, not me, but I was like, that's really interesting. And then I was like, you know what? Maybe the bubbles in a Coke Zero do have a nicer mouthfeel than the bubbles in a regular Coke. And now, I personally enjoy Coke Zero more now. Are you ever going to have this worldly and experienced friend on stream? They sound hip and cool. No, unfortunately, you're stuck with this person, the non-hip and cool version, and also highly legal and would never do anything bad or illegal, ever. Only my friend does the bad and illegal things because she's not on the internet, you know? She gets to live her free life, not on the internet. Whereas I require being perfect on the internet because I'm on the internet. Sounds like you're doing something illegal right now. I am. I'm drinking Coke Zero as a leftist. Supporting a corporation, that's right. Basically funding genocide myself. Anyway, yeah, it's the bubbles in the mouth feel. I don't know what to tell you. Although this is flat. There ain't no bubbles in this. It's not the best I've ever had. There's all the bubbles are gone. I have to go get new bubbles. And I probably will go get new bubbles tomorrow. I think potentially the new bubbles. Oh, thanks, Trya. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting my secret telling on the internet. Even though it was clearly not my secret, but it was my friend's secret. Thank you for supporting me. Yeah. Yeah, is your friend visiting tomorrow? No, I'm going to be here working legally, doing all the legal things, legally working. But I am doing a long stream tomorrow because I can't work either Saturday or Sunday. So show up tomorrow or else. That's all. Okay, put the gun down. Days off are good. Days off are just days when you could be paying bills, Tasty, and you're not. I have 3 gunshot wounds. How am I supposed to show up now? With my finger gun? That's crazy. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Lesson 3.
Guna, thank you for your prime. Thank you for the 38 months. I didn't realize you had a coke habit. Well, fuck. I'm sorry I can't be the perfect woman, alright? I have a couple vices. What do you want from me? I did. I changed the set today. Do you not like my new set? Isn't it cozy? Like, put some respect on my name. I did this in 3 hours. I feel like it looks nice. I know. I added all the books. I added plants, lights, a lamp. I even changed the angle of the camera. I changed all of the electrical sockets. I moved the monitor. Vices are relatable. I know, and I'm just trying to be relatable to you guys. I don't need vices. The only reason I have them is to be relatable, because otherwise then I would be too perfect and I'd be so intimidating, you know? So, you know, I just need some manufactured faults in order to be relatable to, you know, the peasants, as I am not one. I'm different. You sure? I feel like even the finger guns were cozy, Calidus. Very humble and grounded. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mother of the second coming behavior. It's true. You know, I'm so ready for my eventual ascension into, you know, otherworldly godliness. I did save us some conversation starters, by the way, before we jump into a history video. That I thought you might like. I can't remember any of them now. But I did save us some. more nihilism person? No, some different people. I picked some different people. This one's about time.
If time doesn't exist, why do we have a past we remember but can't return to, and a future that's yet to be lived but we know it's coming? Now, this is a really good question, and I haven't seen anyone effectively break this down, so I'll do it for you. In short, it's because we exist in a lower dimension. Imagine you write a choose your own adventure novel. Now, if you were experiencing the book from the perspective of the character in the book, you would not know what the next page has or the next chapter. But as the author or the reader of the book, you understand the book already exists in its entirety. The book's already been written. You could see the front cover, the back cover, and every single chapter, every single page. The book has no past. It has no future. All of the book exists in the present. Well, the character is not going to know what the next chapter holds. All the character is going to know is the previous pages up until the page that it's at. It doesn't know that the book already exists in its entirety. The only reason why we know that the book already exists is because we're in a higher dimension from the character in the book. We wrote the book. We can see every single page, every single decision tree that could be made, and that is exactly how dimensional reality works. See, we experience time linearly because we exist in this third dimension in our human body. Once you visit higher dimensions or you understand higher dimensions, your perspective of this dimension changes drastically. You understand that in the quantum, any and every version of you already exists, and there is no past, there is no future. There's only the present moment. And the reason why we experience this life with a past and a future is because we're in this lower dimension, experiencing it frame by frame by frame by frame, the way you would watch a movie. The movie's already been filmed. You're just experiencing the illusion of movement because you're watching it frame by frame by frame. So whenever people fully grasp this concept and they understand that there is no past, there is no future, the only thing that exists is the present. And any and every version of you is happening right now all at once. The book is already complete. It's already written. Any and every version of you exists now. When they fully understand that, their next question always is, well, how in this reality, in this third dimension, how do I control which experience I'm having? How do I pick that? And that's a more longer, complex answer, but the short version is through manifestation, through energy, through frequency, and through vibration. You will always attract the frequency of what you are. And by default, you will repel the frequencies that do not match what you are. And if there's a problem that's in your life that doesn't match your frequency, chances are it's because you're holding on to it. Hope this helped.
Okay, so I don't know if I necessarily agree with the whole fucking thing, okay? I brought it up as a conversation starter. Because I do agree that we exist in a very specific dimension of time. And the game that I'm playing at the moment, you know, has brought this to the front of my mind and obviously to the front of my algorithm. I think what he means by visiting higher dimensions is, I don't know, maybe he did drugs or something. It is a little pretentious, I think. I'm playing Outer Wilds. Dirty Deets, if you're around tomorrow night, I'll play it at nighttime tomorrow. My bank account is currently having a frequency of rich. Me too, me too, me too. I'm going to hit my sub goal today. I'm going to hit my sub goal today. I'm going to hit my sub goal today. I'm going to hit my... Wow, I just manifested so hard. Hi, Mr. King Awesome. Lol. Also, relativistic time dilation is real. I agree with that, Sanguinary. It sounds like religious apologetics without specifying any religion. I think what really bothers me with the end of that video is the idea that you can just manifest your way out of a shitty timeline. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's your own personal responsibility to manifest your way out of a shitty timeline. I don't like that. Do you know what I mean? I don't like that. I don't believe in that. I don't think you can do that. Vox, me too. Is this a new video? It was just a little video for a conversation starter. I do think that the idea that we live in like whatever third dimension is probably again indicative of the fact that free will doesn't exist.
So
The proof that you didn't manifest hard enough is that you are not a billionaire? Sounds like the religious argument. Bless, bless.
It's true. Do you want to know why I'm not Rich Yeager? Because I'm a bad person and I didn't manifest hard enough. I'm actually just lazy. So. Yeager, thank you for the 26 months. I'm very grateful. Can't wait to manifest my sub goal. Best. Yeah, the book analogy was good. Okay, so so the conversation I wanted to have though is that this is almost the pseudo intellectualism content that we are now getting, right? Because a lot of people are going to watch that and be like, hell yeah, I got to manifest. Hell yeah. But it's bad for you psychologically, right? Because if someone tells you, like we learned yesterday from the religious lady, if someone tells you that the answer to your problems is just manifesting harder, when that doesn't work, what do you think happens? They do, undead. I manifest even harder. Obviously, you get a big sad. You do. You get a big sad. You become very disillusioned. And you spiral. It's actually quite blackpilling to think that way. You get a free all expenses ride in a boo-boo bus to the funny farm. Me too, Elsirian. I hope I'm manifesting harder than you. Me too. I'm winning $80 million. Chat, do you want to know a secret? If I do win $80 million, I'll still be a streamer. And I'll stream forever. I promise. It might not be every day, but I'll still do it. And guess what? You don't even have to subscribe. I might even turn them off. But no, I'll let you keep your badges. But like, I'll still stream forever. Is that sad? Is that sad? Is that a sad goal? Am I a sad person? Oh no, I've just had an existential crisis. Should I be aiming higher? Hi, John. I'm feeling optimistic now. Contentment is a goal. Yes, manifest higher. I probably should, shouldn't I? Think you'll stream until you're out of money again and no, it's not? You can stream from your yacht? I don't want a yacht. I'm never getting a yacht. If I win $80 million, I'm not getting a yacht. Guys, I don't want to trip around the world. Is that wrong? Tiny, that's nice of you.
Tiny_Pusilus gifted a tier 1 sub to John Lee Music. They have given 1,147 gift subs
Oh
in the
my
channel.
god, if I had $80 million, I could put on live shows, like good ones. And I could pay for a producer. And I could probably write music. Because I would be able to like pay a band. Oh my god, I could actually like, I could own a jazz club. And I could sing at the jazz club that I own. Oh my god, and it would be so pretty. And it could be a third space. And the only people allowed are people with good politics. That's right. New segregation. I'm joking. Sorry, got a little carried away there. It's true, Darth. The Good Politics Club. Wait, you're blowing my mind right now. Why? I opened a bar that has an entrance exam and made people very mad. Yeah, and then I'll be famous on the news. What history are we learning? We're probably going to watch Max in about 15 minutes. The Left-Handed Jazz Club. The door code can be trans rights or human rights, and that should filter well enough. Hey, that's my unlimited money dream, a live venue in my living room where I book the world's biggest act for intimate concerts. Aw, Fradley, that's a good dream. I don't want a yacht, guys. I don't like the entire manifest thing or that things are predetermined. For me, it just seems like a way to avoid responsibility for anything. You do need to take some accountability in your life, and the hardest part there is that I think you have to take accountability both for your mistakes and for the bad stuff in your life that isn't your fault, and that's hard to accept. You know, Tasty, I agree with that too. So I don't like the entire manifest thing, but I do believe in I think things are determined, but not in the way that it absolves you of accountability for your actions. Right? The illusion of free will is important, and your direction in life is important, just even if it is predetermined and your decisions are all predetermined by things that happened previously. I don't think that absolves you from taking accountability for your life, from the difficult things and from the difficult experiences that have happened to you that were not your responsibility. Because I do think at a certain point, if your actions are causing harm to other people, even if you have the trauma to back them up, you're still a piece of shit. I know people like that. People who are too old to be acting as fucking cruel as they are. And sure, they have been through some shit and have every excuse to be a piece of shit human being. But the reality is, it's not an excuse. And they're fundamentally awful people. So. Jaeger.
Why?
Jaeger 08 Larson gifted 6 months of tier 1 to
6
lesbian hot
months
sauce.
to lesbian
They've
hot
gifted
sauce.
261 months in the channel.
What a based gift. Thank you for gifting lesbian hot sauce. I find determinism pretty scientific. It's very hard to argue against determinism. As someone who argued against determinism for a long time, I was like, I'm a compatibilist. I don't think I'm a compatibilist anymore. I just think I feel like I do have some semblance of control over my life, but in some ways things are quite predetermined. Ghost, I'm proud of you. Good for you. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Nice. If I win 80 mil tonight, I'm getting a marching band for my exit at work.
Dirt Forces. Nice, chat. Can we get some nices? We've got a 69er. We got a 69er. If you win the 80 mil tonight, you get your marching band. All right? You get your marching band. And I'll get a tier 3, I assume. Head.
A full-blown house deposit, so...
Not 2 in a row. Oh, not 2 in a row. We barely got over the first one. Settle down, Chad. Oh, we can't. Come on. 2 in a row? Neck problems. No. No. I mean, thank you, head. None of this is good. None of. Anyway, hi, Dad. No. This is a full-blown house deposit, so... Dude, man, thanks for the 45 months. The totally normal number of months. 45, what a normal, casual number of months to subscribe to a channel. That's not 69. I'm a grown-up. Thank you. I think we're all shaped by all our experiences, that in the end our mind does things and we kind of make up the reasoning behind it after the fact. But I don't know if that means we don't have free will, if our experience is that our choices matter. Is that not the important thing in the end? I do think your choices matter, even under a deterministic view. People who don't want to take accountability can rationalize ways to distance themselves from the impact of their actions, regardless of free will existing or determinism. I've seen people both say they have no control over their actions and they can't be held accountable, and also say others have free will, so how they negatively impact others isn't their responsibility. Wait, I need to read that again. People who don't want to take accountability can rationalize ways to distance themselves from the impact of their actions regardless. You could search the world and never find such good goop. Dark Forces? A sneaky 3. And wait, not 3 69s in a row. Chat, what did I do 69 months ago? Yeah, tasty. That's what I was thinking. What did I do 69 months ago that had all of the people just subscribing? Because I need to replicate that right now. So that now the people who are subscribing now want to subscribe. And then we have another mass 69. I don't think we should call it that. But wow, the fact that all 3 of you stayed on the same day? What did I do? December 4th, 2019. Was that just before the pandemic? What was I doing? Christmas 2019. I must have just had a really good personality that day or something. Too late, it's the Mass 69, coined and minted. That's right, subscribe today for the next Mass 69. I hate myself deeply. Deeply. But I'm also very happy. Seems like it was Dota. Well, I did used to have breakdowns during December. I don't recall why I subscribed, but I'm glad I did. Me too. Does anybody else recall why they subscribed? Like, what was it? It was like, you know what? I will pay for this bitch. Hi, I'm asking streamers if they have balloons and can put my name on one for free. I don't have any balloons. Sorry. It's got to be the great news coverage I did. Yeah, that was the peak of my career. It's only been downhill since then. And you're still here, chat. Questionable behavior. Twitch sings, a memory go, at least one to follow. For the TED Talks in the olden days. The olden days. I follow because of the article about you, the one that got deleted. Sigh. Remember when they wrote an article about me and I was cool? And then it got deleted? And now it's just the AI article that says I'm a millionaire? Sigh. Yeah, it got deleted because the company went under. Kotaku. Ah, well, maybe it's still there somewhere. I saw a tweet about women having distinct memories of objectification and men normally don't, and that like struck me, and I felt like there was a perspective here I should learn about. You know, Dirty Deeds, that's you just given me the perfect segue to the other clip that I saved for us.
Sabrina Carpenter and Sydney Sweeney have kind of ruined the fun for us all. I believe we're currently witnessing the onset of a new wave of feminism, and in the aftermath of the pro-ho hookup culture wave of feminism. Although that movement was important for women to finally feel like we had autonomy over our sexuality under the patriarchy, culture is shifting again. Feminists are decentering men, and we're starting to realize that objectification of the female body actually wasn't serving us so much as we had previously convinced ourselves that maybe it was. In Sabrina's stands, for instance, we're arguing.
By the way, we'll watch the whole video and then we'll talk about it. But I think it's very interesting because there has been so much backlash to Sabrina Carpenter recently. And I want to specifically talk about the rise in tradwifery. And I think it's an incorrect pushback towards kind of, you know, that kind of the feminism where it was like reclaiming objectification in a way. Very, very interesting. Yeah, I know. I can't believe Sydney Sweeney is now dating Scooter Braun. Like, we do not like her now. We do not. I mean, we never really, but you know.
Arguing vehemently that our outrage was the rise of conservatism, but no, rejection of objectification has always been a core feminist value. It only got quieter because in the 2010s, women were more concerned with exploring sex positivity than with denouncing objectification. Now in a post-Roe v. Wade world, and also
I do think that is also specifically important, the erosion of women's rights and what that looks like to the understanding of what modern feminism looks like.
Also in a world where the average guy 25 and under is thoroughly red-pilled, women are not drinking the objectification Kool-Aid anymore. And I also think it's really interesting and important to examine the moment that we're at in pop culture history, where previously, up until this point, it was really radical and therefore arguably liberating for women to be outrageously sexual in the public eye if they were a public figure. But now that's what's expected of you. Now that's what every girl and their mother is doing. So it's kind of like, okay, we've seen it a million times. That's what you're supposed to do. You're not doing anything special. You're following the rule book. At this point, it's almost conservative because
we are overcorrecting, Jess. I was going to bring that up. Life through a series of overcorrections, but on like a bigger scale. Like we do it on a personal scale, but we're doing it on a on a wider scale as well. 100%. I was going to bring that up too. That's crazy.
Being outrageously sexual is abiding by a set of guidelines, which is what conservatism would have you do. Especially when those guidelines that you're expected to follow tell you to portray yourself as a sex object. I mean, in the aftermath of all this Sydney Sweeney shit, the second most common criticism, besides it being racist, was that it was overly sexualized. Women are tired of seeing that. And I mean, earlier this summer, Sabrina Carpenter lost her good standing with feminists all over that album cover. Because the fact of the matter is this: women will sexualize themselves for the sake of expressing their own sexuality and their own.
There's a conversation in there to do with Esther Perel and women's and feminine sexuality as well. And I do think we have to give Sabrina Carpenter a little bit of room. And I'll explain why I believe that is. But yes.
Full humanity, but objectification serves no one but men. Because why would you reduce yourself to being less than a fully thought out human being, if not to satisfy a male fantasy?
Safety, for one. And then sometimes you can't control your brain and how it exists in those situations. And you haven't done enough thinking to understand why that is the case.
And when women are no longer concerned with satisfying men's fantasies, and feminists are learning to decenter men, are focused on centering themselves and other women and remaining single and childless, but we see pop culture icons serving their bodies up as sacrificial sexualized meat for the patriarchy, it doesn't resonate with us anymore. And so eventually these women fall out of favor because men are not reliable long-term fans to women. They only support a woman for as long as they can get their rocks off to her. I think that's why the meanest thing Sabrina Carpenter has to say about men as a whole, rather than just individual exes, is that they're man children. And Sydney Sweeney, we already know she lives for the male gaze. Nothing else needs to be said.
Anyway, so that is the next little conversation starter because there's so much to unpack in that. She just let off a bunch of firecrackers at the end there. I mean, yes. And yet I do think that there is a certain point where young women can't help it. Sabrina, I think specifically, is frustrated as fuck because the way her music got big was when she lent into like the little bombshell kind of shit, right? The overly sexualized pun bombshell. Because what is she good at in her songwriting? She's so good at puns. She always has been. She's always been so funny in her music, and the way it ended up selling was when it was the innuendo. It was her nonsense outros that really started taking off, right? And so guess what? Patriarchy rewarded that side of herself, and you know, it does it to us all. The things that make you money are the things that what do you call it? What's the words I'm looking for? Self-perpetuate, right? Because the things that make you money, they self-perpetuate over and over. Yeah, they sustain themselves. Something that I've noticed a lot in this discussion is people forgetting about sapphic women also dress sexually for ourselves and for other women, and that hyperfemininity is inherently queer. So yeah, we did a whole stream on bimboism and hyperfemininity, and especially how it exists in queer spaces. As someone who historically has had phases of hyperfemininity, which I have, and it was definitely for myself in some ways. Also being seen is nice, and I'm not sure if we have to critique that part of it either. But yeah, there are a lot of creators that dress hyperfeminine who I would put in this bucket. I would put like Peach PRC, right? She is for the girlies. I would put she's an incredible anti-capitalist on TikTok, and she's like, anyways, so the government does these things, and she explains things like that. That is a very good example of bimboism as well. But I agree. The issue is Sabrina Carpenter is trying to be satirical, but she is also trapped in what I think is an unsustainable image. It's an unsustainable image. Because it will fall out of favor. And I do think that that creator is right, that in some ways it is falling out of favor with women to want to be overtly sexual. But then you have things like OnlyFans that exist at the moment as well, which again, under capitalism, it's profit, a lot of women getting their bag, at a cost, right? But it's a lot of women having economic independence, and it feels empowering. But anyway, my opinion is that nothing is empowering under capitalism. So, yeehaw. She was also released from her Disney contract, and it's very much a thing that most Disney stars go through. Miley Cyrus, Demi Lovato, Selena Gomez. Can't keep my hands to myself, no matter how hard I'm trying. Sav is merely expressing herself. Also, I think what is really difficult for people to understand right now is that not everything has to be so serious. Do you know what I mean? Like, some things can just be, but everything feels serious because we're here on the internet witnessing a genocide, rising fascism, the erosion of women's rights, that everything feels really serious. And sometimes maybe we should just be like, well, maybe it's not that serious. Maybe we don't care. Do you know what I mean? We live in a world where we overanalyze fucking everything, and maybe sometimes we just have to just sit back and enjoy something, and it's not that serious, even though maybe it is, but it's also not. Does that make sense? Sneaky nihilism? Well, nihilism is in because I'm anti-religion, but I'm more absurdist these days, Jaeger. Like, this shit is crazy, and I will make my own meaning under the banner of optimistic nihilism, but most of the time I'm like, this is crazy. Also, it's absurd that I have to pack my dishwasher. What a weird thing I have to do as a human. And then that makes me feel kind of comfortable about it. Maybe, and this is shocking to some people on X and Blue Sky, maybe we don't have to discourse about literally everything, but then I wouldn't have a job. Okay? We just assume that I am the best at discourse and allow for room. You know, so we discourse about everything, but then I tell you it's just not that serious. Buffalo. We are not talking about Wuthering Heights, but we can. I'm so excited because I'm pretty sure it's rage bait. Now, chat, you'll all remember on one of the inaugural episodes of Girl Dozer, Joe introduced us to Evil Fennel. Remember? Remember the conversation we had about Saltburn? I, as a non-connoisseur of cinema, I found Saltburn quite interesting. Yes, Emerald Fennel has made Wuthering Heights. Now, there's controversy because she casted Jacob Elordi, white guy, as Heathcliff. So everybody is like, no, she casted a white person when he's traditionally a person of color and you've ruined the whole movie. Rage bait. Rage bait, but it looks kind of sexy. You should see some of the clips. It's Margot Robbie sticking her fingers down Jacob Elordi's mouth. Okay? Chat, I will hate watch this movie. I don't know if it will be authentic to the source material because on the trailer, the song that they've chosen, Charlie XCX. Charlie XCX. And I saved a quote because I really did think this quote summed it up for everyone. Are you ready? I'll do a dramatic reading for you. Wuthering Heights, starring Margot Robbie and Jacob Elordi, featuring Charlie XCX on the soundtrack, is kinda the matcha Dubai chocolate Labubu of film. Now, you have to be chronically online for any of that to make sense, but I really do think it's iconic because it really does just, yeah, thanks. I hate it. The matcha Dubai chocolate Labubu of film. Shall we watch the trailer? Shall we watch the trailer together? Let me help you out. Let me help you out, chat.
Falling,
I can follow you like a dog to the end of the world.
fall in love. Falling,
Are you feeling quite right?
What? Oh, yes, fine.
fall in love again and again, 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 fall in love
Do you want me to stop?
I need an adult. Oh. This wasn't made for me. It basically says nothing. Well, I will definitely be going to see it. Even if it's problematic, I will be going to see it because, I mean, yep. Women have been the real gooners all along. No, women have always been gooners, all right? Even sometimes worse than men because we're not allowed to goon, all right? It's taboo, the woman goon, okay? Not that I think that's specifically like goony or whatever. To goon is to be free, okay? Correct, that's what the message said. Those bodice ripper novels. Honestly, I think the music ruins the trailer. I mean, it's a modern take. It's Wuthering Heights in quotation marks. I'm curious, right? Anyway, Joe hates the director. Joe hates Emerald Fennell. Don't you remember the episode we did, the Girl Dozer episode, where she's like, I fucking hate this bitch, okay? So hate watching that movie is going to be delightful. Chef's kiss. So excited. Nothing will ever beat good old Sam and Jack. Yeah, because it was so restrained, Ma. You know, it was a will they, won't they, and it was an undercurrent. We love an undercurrent. We love a will they, won't they undercurrent, okay? That was great. And also, I liked Sam and Jack. Sorry, for those of you who don't know, we're talking about Stargate now. I've really skipped all over the place here. For those of you who don't know, I loved Stargate at the time. I loved Stargate because Sam wasn't in the show to be a sexual character. She was there because she was a capable woman. And that was just, it was delightful. I did watch The Substance. I did, yeah. Hey, Disron. I enjoyed it. It was disgusting. And no, Peg me Sabrina. Joe doesn't like Greta Gerwig either, but Joe calls Emerald Fennel evil fennel. I mean, Distron, The Substance was extremely interesting social commentary on how society values women.
This is a full-blown house deposit.
Hey! Aw, Ma, thank you so much for your Prime and for your 2-month sub chat. Can we spam some free will? I love getting 2-month subscribers. It means I'm like still new cool to some people. Thank you so much. You got to remember Stargate came out at a different time as well. Yeah, for sure. Has Joe gone into why she thinks so evil? I'm out of the loop. Yeah, it's on the podcast. It's on one of the episodes of Girl Dozer. It's the one where we talk about Saltburn. So if you've missed that episode, we haven't obviously recorded an episode of Girl Dozer in a while because Joe's back in America for the time being. Hey, Albertra. I don't think I'll ever watch and analyze a movie enough to dislike a directory. Brain likes movie, good movie. Brain doesn't like movie, bad movie. Same as I apply to music and books. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine though. Like I'm currently reading a book I like that technically, if I had to think about on a wider picture, I might not be able to enjoy it. But I don't care. I think I'm an elder leftist, chat. I assume some of you were waiting for this to happen, right? But there's a version of leftism that exists where you're newer and you're like, I will do everything perfectly. I will not engage in anything bad. And I won't even engage in the things to critique them. Now, sometimes I just consume media. And I do not care. No, I'm not left middle. I'm an elder leftist. In which I watch the leftists that come after me and I'm like, yes, your moral purity will wane in time. Your moral purity will wane and you will understand the ways of which your suffering is your own choice. Are you trying to crown yourself the matriarchy? Yeah, I'm just waiting for a moment to put on a crown. Obviously. I look nice in a crown. I have one. Okay, Billie Eilish. You should see me in a crown. I'm gonna run this fucking town. Oh, that's good, Just Purples. Purity politics. Yeah, fucking miss me with that shit. I'm not a young conservative tasty. Just because I wear turtlenecks. It's cold. It's cold. Okay. What do you want from me? It's cold. I wear turtlenecks. Fight me. See, Jaeger, you get it. You get it. This could be your Hillary at college moment. Oh, for fuck's sake. Guys, I don't want to go into public life politics. I don't want to be torn apart. by society at large. Wait, no, it was Bill wearing the turtleneck. Are you saying I'm in my masculine right now? Oh my God, thank you. Thank you. Wow, I didn't realize I was so androgynous today. Can't believe I'm giving Bill Clinton. I've gone that far. You want to know, Undead? I think it's because it's so uncomfortable to sit with multiple truths. I really think psychologically, a lot of people can't sit with cognitive dissonance. And I watched a video yesterday, today, can't remember. But I watched a video about how when people experience when people are deconstructing their religion they were raised in or the world that they were raised in, the first automatic thing you do when that happens is you go automatically, oh, maybe the other guy's the good guy, right? So, for example, say you're an American right now, you're looking at an America and you've always been told America number one. We're the good guys. We're the ones making sure the world's good. We're fixing everything. And the propaganda has been fed to you really deep, right? Now, there are a lot of people that begin to unpack that and go, oh, wait, so America's not all that. That must mean who is the good guy? And then they pick one. So maybe it's China, or maybe it is Russia, or like it's whatever's opposite is the good. Because sitting anywhere in the middle where there's no clear answer is the most uncomfortable thing for your brain. So the first thing you do is a giant overcorrection to going, oh, okay, well, China was once bad, so now China good, right? Now, what ends up happening if you learn to critically think and you continue studying is the pendulum hopefully stop swinging so far in either direction, and you understand that there are both probably some good things about Western values and there are some good things about Eastern values, right? Like there is some good shit that comes out of China. There are some really beautiful cultural elements that come out of China. There are some good political elements that come out of China, right? There is a stability in China that doesn't exist in Western democracies. In Western democracies, you know, there is a pushback towards like patriarchal ideals, even though obviously the rights of women are being undermined, right? But to sit among the gray of the good and bad of the biggest picture is probably the most uncomfortable thing that can happen. You see it in religion, right? Somebody deconstructs Christianity or, you know, whatever religion they've found themselves in, and then they swing away. For example, Lindsay Lohan becoming a Muslim. Right? Or Russell Brand, for example, becoming a crazy Christian because he was a fucked up guy and needed a way to swing over to the other side and find something. Yes, Lindsay Lohan moved to Dubai and became a Muslim. You didn't know that? I love educating the internet. Yeah, it's so fun. I think we can find some other issues with Russell Brand. This is new information. I did not know that, no. Right? And so, but here's the interesting thing, and I'm tying it back to the videos I've been watching of No Nonsense Spirituality, in which she says you can directly tell how good or bad a person's life is by the kind of religion that they are drawn to. Because at the end of the day, the religion that you are drawn to in those moments reflects a particular kind of cope. So, and it's the worse your life is, the more dogmatic and fundamentalist religion you want, right? So think of how bad Lindsay Lohan's life was, going all the way to like the very strict routines and ritual that is associated with Islam seemed very appealing to her, whereas a religion or a spirituality that is a little bit more thing, that's more for privileged people who might not need the rigidity in their life. So it's so interesting, and you can see it on a larger scale. So like the amount of if your life is fucked up on a societal level, again, you will find that the religions that govern these places exist across the spectrum. What does that say about atheists? Honestly, atheists have generally done a little bit of work to be able to develop their own meaning, right? Some atheists fall into nihilism, and not in a good way. And some atheists manage to exist and prescribe their own meaning to different things, whatever that looks like. But yeah, it's a coping mechanism. When I first lost my faith, I tried holding on to the idea that there is an objective morality. So I tried the Sam Harris science-based morality strategy and went super utilitarian because there's no way to measure how moral something is, but you can measure the impact of actions. That's interesting. I assume that that's a way that a lot of, I guess, logical atheists go. Try and make it science. I mean, Salmon, Christianity, you can get baptized and cleanse of your sins, right? And then you're reborn, right? They literally have the term born again Christian, which means your past life doesn't exist because you handed it over to God. And now you're chill and you get to go to heaven. Interesting. Most new atheists operate from a framework of rejecting the religion they had inflicted on them as children, but they think they're rejecting all religions, and this just perpetuates Christian supremacy by treating all religions like they were Christian. No. Yes and no. It depends on what religion you're unpacking. Like, it doesn't... Like, other people had different religions inflicted on them as children. Like, there are people who, deconstruct Islam. The interesting thing is that no-nonsense spirituality lady, she went to university as a Mormon, and she did not want to lose her religion. Oh, okay, Fradley. Sure. She didn't want it. She went to uni, but she didn't want to lose her religion. Her job was tied to religion. Her family was tied to religion. She didn't want to lose it. But when she realized that scientifically, depending on what kind of society existed, would result in the style of God that would create for that society, she looked at it from a scientific level and she was like, hold on a minute. Okay, so this God is this God of this society scientifically. And if this and she could see it in the data, and that's what did it for her. Bring back indulgences for here specifically, twitch.tv/pixelsmixel. Exclamation mark, donate. Repent today. I'll cleanse you with my Coke Zero. The best of all cleansers. Apparently it does work on jewelry, so. What's the way of the samurai, not anon? Basically, don't live a life of excess and stand up for what's right. I don't think that's the worst foundation. There's always going to be a debate, though, about what's right. So, how do you decide what's right? That's where you're in the weeds, because it's the debate over what is right and what is wrong, what is good, what is evil. True, but it's probably the best I've found to date. I absolutely agree with standing up for fairness. So far, seems like a ton of people want harm to the whole. Undead, I think a lot of people right now feel quite hard done by without an understanding of any reason why they might be hard done by. You know, and it feels unfair. And it feels unfair for whatever reason, and they need somebody to blame. I think that's what it comes down to. I think it's pretty good. I think being a trier and just trying is a good tenet. I think living overthinking is one that's helped me. As you know, the just doing things is important, I think. And oftentimes it's just doing things that are inconvenient as well and improve the lives of others. Like if you're feeling bad about yourself, I do really think that sometimes doing something for another person can make you feel better. That's right, Simon. You're being manipulated right now by me, the cult leader. Wait, high demand authoritarian group. Hee hee. See? And that's healthy, Vox. I always admire new atheists who came from a religious background because as someone who's third gen, I could not imagine the emotional work one has to do as a first gen. I think it can be particularly difficult. And I think I am particularly grateful to my parents because obviously I grew up in the church and my family has, you know, been connected to the church. And, you know, until my grandma's dying day, she was in the church but my mum does not go to church now, and neither does my dad. And as we got a little older, they really didn't force religion on us at all. which even now I'm pretty grateful for, if I'm being honest. That makes sense, not a none. Distron, I think you have to be very patient with people who get older and want to talk about God. I think you can role play. And I don't think it's disingenuous. Truly, I think as people get older and maybe don't have it in them to reframe their life from a new perspective, I think it is not necessarily morally wrong to engage in a way that is comforting. I don't think you have to be right necessarily in those conversations. I don't know, is that a hot take, chat? Not a none, shocking. I don't know. I do think there's a little bit of, you don't want my opinion? I absolutely do. There are no gods? Okay. I partially agree with you. Okay. I don't necessarily believe in God, CMDR. We're talking religion. I'm responding to Distron about talking to his dad who wants to talk about God. And I'm saying I don't think it's inherently unethical to roleplay in that conversation. I mean, it always seems like he's just waiting for an angle to bring it up. Like he's not really talking with me. He just wants to preach. Yeah. And you know what, Distron? I also kind of get that. Sometimes as people get older, they don't have a lot of people who listen to them. And maybe that's just one of the, maybe it's his special interest that he wants to talk about, or something he feels like he can talk about from a perspective like that. Never find such good goop.
I believe in the Almighty
Such good
Supreme
goop.
Leader, who is and always will be, and has been for at least 85 months.
85 months of my own fucking religion. How long can I get away with saying that without it being problematic? Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. I agree, CMDR. I agree. Last night at my niece's birthday, not a single person asked me a question. And it's fine, right? Because right now in my life, I am so privileged to have a bunch of people who listen to me. And I get to express myself a lot. I have friends that listen to me. I get to talk to my mom and my sisters often, but my sister last night was very preoccupied with the kids. But everybody else there, not a single question. They don't care about me. They don't care about my life. That's fine. But I also realized as I was listening people just want to be heard. And like, coming from a privileged position where people listen to me, it's okay. Do you know what I mean? I didn't need them to ask me a question. I asked them questions and let them talk. And that's enough. And it's the same thing at all the events that I go to, like funerals. Remember when I went to the funeral and nobody knew what to ask me? And they were just like, hey, how are you? Because, you know, no kids to ask about, you know, they barely know what to ask about my job. And then obviously having friends isn't really something you ask people about. Do you know? Like, they just think you have no life. Truly. They truly think you have no life. Distron, when people want to be heard, I just listen to your dad. You don't have to internalize the God thing. But I especially think if somebody is older and looking to talk about God, they're doing it as self-soothing. Truly, I think it's self-soothing behavior. And sometimes it requires you being a little unselfish, or if it's too much for you, you cannot put yourself in that position. But I would just role play. Also, hi, Louie. Of course, religion has benefited more people than not. Chat, a lot of people need religion. I don't know what to tell you. There are, like, there are 4 qualities that you have to exist comfortably without religion. And not everybody has the skills required to be able to establish those 4 qualities within their life. Religion provides you a framework.
This is a
Please!
full-blown house deposit.
Thank you for the
so-
52 months.
Smixalurk.
And that's why, like, I would never go out and steal someone of their faith, you know? And if your faith and you feel connected to your faith, that's good, as long as it's not harming other people. All right? As long as it's not harming other people. And you feel connected to it and it feels right and it is improving your life, I'm so happy for you. I really am. It's just, it's more complicated, you know? Who are we to steal comfort of people, but at the same time, God, I wish we'd get past religion in a way. What if it's ScoMo's church, Hillsong? Fuck that, that's just a capitalistic scam. Hello. Welcome to capitalist religion, where you pay a lot of money to feel some semblance of community, but then you also get benefits under capitalism too, because Hillsong pays for a lot of shit. Like, if you go on The Voice, we can help you win because we'll pay for you to get votes. You know, lots of benefits to being in certain churches, my friends. It's like the same in Hollywood. You're in whatever fucking Scientology is, and then all of a sudden you're getting way more acting jobs because there's a lot of money and there's a lot of power associated with that specific church. Like, some people join churches that they don't fucking believe in and will roleplay belief in that church for what reason? Social standing. It's the same reason Kardashians are religious, right? Tasty, I have benefited you. I couldn't tell you how. but there have been benefits, and I refuse any critique on this. Could we set up a scheme? What kind of scheme? I've already given you the scheme. Subscribe and you have social capital related to me. Ew. I don't know. Chat, I don't think being subscribed here gives you any social capital. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can just like walk out and be like, hey, I'm a Pixels. You know, it's like how sometimes, you know what? Being a Hassan subscriber gives you social capital in some places where they're like, I'm a Hasnappy head or whatever. And then they're like, we get each other, and that's social capital. I don't think I'm a big enough streamer to give you any social capital. You tell me this after 85 months? Well, the more people we get to subscribe, the more social capital there is. That's right, it's a pyramid scheme. Welcome. Bring a friend. You want more social capital? Well, you have to bring a friend. Don't you? That's right. You have to bring a friend. It's not a pyramid scheme, it's an inverse funnel. It's okay. I don't have any feelings. It's fine. I don't have any feelings. Being a Pixel Smixel subscriber gets you social capital with your therapist. It's true, you can get feminism points for just $5 a month. You can have one feminism point. I'm in a mood. Oh, are you in a mood? Don't be in a mood. I'm going to fix everybody's mood in a minute with a very smart, nice gay man. I was in the Great Pie Chat of 2025. Oh, that was so great. That was a good day. When you all helped me cook a pie. That was a great day. Maybe I should cook a pie for September. A Sweeney Todd one. I'm joking.
Of all the jobs that a person could have in Victorian Britain, one of the most deadly was that of baker. Onerous hours, demanding labor, and a deadly condition known as baker's lung were just the beginning of the horrible conditions of those who fueled the country on bread like this ginger loaf from 1857. So thank you to Wild Grain for sponsoring this video as we examine the hard times of a Victorian baker, this time on Tasting History. Today's loaf comes from Eliza Acton's The English Bread Book from 1857. Now, most of the bread in this book, and indeed most that was being sold at the time, was very basic, just flour, water, salt, and yeast. But for those who had a little extra cash, they could indulge in something called fancy breads. And this recipe is one of the latter. It is flavored with ginger. Now, it is not gingerbread. It's not cakey like gingerbread. It's not sweet like gingerbread. It's just bread with ginger. So it's actually closer to
Sounds healthy. Let me add it.
Gingerbread than gingerbread is. But
this feels a little bad to watch as somebody who is currently not eating gluten. Thank you for deftly dealing with the topic of religion. Doing my best. Honestly, I just try and make interesting content so I can pay my bills. You're welcome. All right, I'm performative as fuck. But I actually believe in all the things that I say. It's not really performative, but I do try and have. I think I might be allergic to gluten.
It's not gingerbread, it's a ginger loaf, or rolls. Mix intimately 2 ounces of good
Anybody with red hair in here I consider a ginger loaf.
powdered ginger, called in the shops prepared ginger, and a little salt with 2 pounds of flour. Then make it into a firm but perfectly light dough with German or brewer's yeast and 1 pint milk in the usual manner. To rise 1 hour or until quite light. To be kneaded down and left again to rise until light. Bake it either in 1 loaf or divide it into 6 or 8 small loaves. So the recipe is pretty straightforward, especially once you come to terms with the amount of ginger in this recipe. It is for 1...
Dottie, do you have a ginger beard? Are you a ginger beard haver? I find the ginger beard gene so interesting. Like, how did your beard come out ginger? That's crazy. You know?
1 loaf. It's a big loaf, but it's still just 1 loaf of bread, and it calls for 2 ounces of powdered ginger. This entire bottle is 1.4 ounces. So it is more than an entire bottle of powdered ginger. And it made me wonder if she was actually talking about a volume, 2 ounces by volume, because they also measured wheat by liter sometimes, or flour by liter. So I don't know, but even then, it would still be a lot of ginger. And she says that the proportion of ginger can be much increased if desired, but the bread should not be habitually eaten for a long continuance, as the excess of any stimulating condiment is often in many ways injurious.
I think I'm going to start calling things stimulating condiments. It almost came out stimulating communism, but here we are.
She says this because in addition to being tasty, this bread, or rather ginger, is supposed to help with the collywobbles, or digestive issues of any kind. So, with her blessing to alter the amount of ginger, I am going with quite a lot, but not 2 full ounces, but rather a whopping 6 tablespoons or a heaping 1/3 cup of powdered ginger. Then 7.5 cups or 900 grams of flour, 2 teaspoons of salt, 1 imperial pint or 570 milliliters of milk, and some yeast. Specifically 4.5 teaspoons or 14 grams mixed into a 1/2 cup of warm water with a teaspoon of sugar. Then after about...
I unironically thought the collywobbles is what we said when Collingwood is not good in the football. What do you mean that's a real word? When my grandma used to say it, I thought it was just because Collingwood was losing. I didn't realize it was a word before then.
10 minutes, it should be nice and frothy. Then the only question is, do we make 1 giant loaf of bread, or she says that we can make 6 to 8 smaller loaves, which would have probably been sold as breakfast rolls. And these were very, very common amongst the burgeoning middle class, but they did make life a little bit difficult for the bakers of London. In 1860, it was written that the bakers had to start work at 3 a.m. And I find that the only actual obstacle in the way of their commencing work...
Yeah, baking was never for me, chat.
At a more reasonable hour of 5:30 a.m. or 6 a.m. is the demand on the part of the public for hot rolls for breakfast. He actually begs people to stop ordering these rolls in order to improve the lives of the bakers and, in his words, ameliorate the bondage of the bakehouse. Fortunately today, bakers have the help of automation, so they don't have to wake up quite as early, but if you want fresh baked goods at your home, then you probably would have to wake up at 3 a.m. if you want bread for breakfast, unless you get
Wild Grain!
your baked goods
Incredible
from
ad
today's sponsor,
segue.
Wild Grain. Wild Grain is the first Bake from Frozen subscription box that works with small bakers around the country to deliver you everything from artisanal pastries to sourdough breads, fresh pastas, to delicious chocolate chip cookies. I love those chocolate chip cookies.
This again is very difficult to watch as somebody who is currently not eating gluten.
so much. Also, with fall just around the corner, Wild Grain has a new line of seasonal products that will put you in the autumnal spirit faster than one of those oversized cable knit sweaters. They have everything from apple cider donuts to pumpkin cinnamon biscuits to maple Belgian waffles. The bakers do all of the prep work.
I'm saving my chocolate for later when I sit on the couch just before I go to bed. I got my mint cream ready to go.
And you just do the baking, so instead of hours, it only takes minutes to have your entire house smelling of fresh baked bread. And right now, when you try Wild Grain, you will get $30 off of your first box, plus free croissants for the life of your subscription by using my link in the description. It is wildgrain.com/tastinghistory, and use my
You know whose cooking videos are gluten-friendly? Freelies! Kill me.
code tastinghistory for $30 off, plus free croissants for the life of your subscription. And now, let's get back to the life of a Victorian baker. Much more difficult. So for
Because you can just have sugar and fructose and glucose and fruit with added sugar. Because that's what your liver wants. Your liver doesn't want sustained energy. It wants sugar, sweet sugar, and sugar for everything.
first, add the flour to a very large bowl and then toss in the ginger and whisk. Then add the salt and make sure it is fully whisked in before adding the yeast. Along with the yeast, you can add in
Yeast is so gloopy. Did you see how gloopy that was?
the milk. Now I added the full 570 milliliters, but Miss Acton says that rather less than the pint of milk will often prove sufficient. And she's probably right. I definitely could have added less milk because the dough ended up rather sticky as I started to bring it together. I did have to add a good half cup or more of flour to get it to really come together enough so that it could rise. But the nice thing is you can always add
This looks like a textural nightmare. I don't want it. I don't like it. Do you know what I mean? Like that all over the it's sticky, all over the fingers.
more flour or more milk until you get the right consistency. And once it all does come together to form a shaggy dough, put it in a bowl and cover it and set it in
That is a shaggy dough. Josie taught me what a shaggy dough is.
a warm place to let it rise for an hour. At that point, it should have risen quite a bit and it should be a lot less sticky. Then turn it out onto a well-floured surface, and here you're going to start to knead the dough for about 15 minutes.
Oh my God.
Now, if you want to use a machine, you absolutely can, but based on the writings of the period, kneading the dough should be one of the more difficult parts of the process for a baker. The closed knuckles must be violently thrust into the huge mass
Of tenacious dough. The closed knuckles must be violently thrust into the huge mass of tenacious dough. What a fucking sentence, chat. Holy shit.
of tenacious dough. Every part of the baker's body is soon overflowing with perspiration, which falls in large drops and is amalgamated with the dough he is kneading.
Oh no! Oh God, I don't. Oh, why?
And he is entirely overwhelmed with fatigue by the time he has reached the end of his killing labor. So if you want to add a little sweat into the dough, that would be period appropriate. Gross. Hopefully you're not sharing it with anyone, but it would be period appropriate. Now, if your arms get tired, there's another thing that you can use that is also period appropriate. To make it very firm, it was prepared by stamping it with the feet.
Chat, sometimes I know we complain about the times in which we live, but at least we're not stomping bread. You know, that's a thing.
This practice has been continued from the most remote and barbarous ages up to our own times. Our own times being the 1850s, of course, but still, that's not that long ago. Now, after about 15 minutes, the dough should really start to smooth out and become more elastic, and that is your cue to set it back in the bowl and cover it and let it rise for another hour to 90 minutes or until it is doubled in size. Then knock out the air and start to shape it into a round loaf. You'll flatten it out and then gather the ends up into the center.
I don't like
and
watching
pinch them.
this. I do not like watching this. This makes me feel uncomfortable. What's wrong with me? Like, I don't like it. I really don't. What? Is this... What is it because we just watched the Wuthering Heights trailer and then there was the bread kneading? Like what? I don't know what it is. I think I don't know. I just don't like it.
Together to seal the loaf. Then roll it around to pull the dough tight.
No,
and
don't
once
do
it's
that.
nice and smooth, then set it on a piece of parchment and cover and
wow,
let it rise for another.
That's a very perfect circle, though. I'm impressed.
20 minutes. Then it will be time to bake the bread. And this is where we really have to stray away from the Victorian technique because
I don't want to smack
by
the
this
dough.
time, most commercial bakers had moved on to coal-fired ovens. They would take coal, put it into the oven, light it on fire, and heat it.
I've made homemade bread too, but I don't like watching it. I'll happily do it. But I don't want it to be texturally all over my hand like it was over his. Did you see it? It was all in his fingers. Like that gives me the ick. But like, you know, I've made focaccia bread and other breads when I was not anti-gluten.
And once it got hot, they would put the bread in. But this would, of course, leave some coal dust in there, and the bread would often have a layer of coal dust on the bottom. I don't think that's great for your health. Also, I don't even know where I would get coal. Also, I'm pretty sure that would ruin my oven forever. So, to emulate that, I'm going to set a pan in the oven to get really hot as I set the oven to 400 degrees Fahrenheit or 205 Celsius. So it's not the same with the coal, but at least it's that flat hot surface that we're working with. Then uncover your risen loaf and score the top. And you'll want to make sure to score it nice and deep. At this point in time, I was looking
Max! I guess it's fine. I guess it's just a normal sentence to say.
At the monitor instead of looking at what I was doing, and I didn't go nearly deep enough. I couldn't tell from... Anyway, not a huge deal, but it did make it so it split at the bottom. So score that bread nice and deep. Once it's scored, transfer it to the hot pan in the oven and let it bake for 45 to 50 minutes.
Wow, look
now,
at
while
it.
I hope to have this bread fairly close to a Victorian loaf of bread, there will be a few things missing. The coal dust, obviously, but also the
Strawman Mebro gifted a tier 1 sub to Nishan Deep. They have given 625 gift subs in the channel.
I don't know if we want that chatter to show up, you guys. Anyway.
many things that were added to flour by both millers and bakers at the time. This could be everything from chalk to plaster of Paris, ground up bones, or even alum, which is today.
Ruggers, you're so right. I even have the t-shirt that I lent to Josie. Josie has the t-shirt right now. I need the other t-shirt.
They used mostly in detergent.
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Supler Bread. They have given 322 gift subs in the channel.
Because good flour was the most expensive part of the bread, and the margins for a Victorian bakery were very slim. So, dishonest.
Don't, it made me picture the bread as a boob, and I don't need to picture. I don't need boob bread. Okay, I didn't need to picture that. Okay, just God, the internet is just awful.
Yes, but, you know, they did what they had to do. So, as our bread continues to bake, let's take a closer look at what you had to do to survive as a Victorian baker. The Victorian period, lasting from 1837 to 1901, saw Britain transform from a largely rural and agrarian society to one dominated by city-based industry. For instance, the population of London at the beginning of Victoria's reign was under 2 million people, and by the end, it was over 6 million. So that's a lot more mouths to feed, and bread was the main form of food for most people. Now, there were, of course, more bakers, but they actually didn't keep up with the population growth. At the beginning and at the end of her reign, it was traditional to have a...
Chat, we cannot have a bread train.
Strawman Mebro gifted a tier 1 sub to Breadst. They have given 626 gift subs in the channel.
That's Bread Street. We can't have a bread train we are the left, and we cannot do a bread train. It's too on the nose. All right? Shush.
Team of 4 bakers in a bakery, but by the end, those same 4 bakers had to produce 5 times as much bread. And you might say,
Capitalism.
well, it's because of industry, so they had a lot more mechanized help. But in the baking world, they actually didn't. They were pretty much doing everything the same way that they had decades before. So how did they do it, you ask? Well, they just worked a lot more hours. The
What a
journeyman
scam!
bakers of London are
Wellock gifted a tier 1 sub to Footbread. They have given 1,011 gift subs in the channel.
Why does that have to be an account? Broadside, shut up.
almost without exception overworked. From 18 to 20 hours of continuous
What?
occupation, with perhaps a nap of from an
Imagine baking bread for 18 hours. Just fucking kill me.
hour to 2 hours on a board.
Captain Farmers gifted a tier 1 sub to Kate Train to Hell. They have given 1,588 gift subs in the channel.
Oh, we're doing this, are we?
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Yeasty Dough.
We're
They
doing
have
this.
given 323 gift subs in the channel.
We're
Wellock gifted a tier 1 sub to Broadside. They have given 1,012
Yeah, let's give the
gift
girl
subs
with
in the channel.
celiac a bread train. Let's do that. You know, I sit here.
Noten and underscore gifted a tier 1 sub to O'Grums. They have given 108 gift subs in the channel.
I sit here for 2 hours being interesting, funny, maintaining all good conversation. I put the gay cooking man on the stream and you're like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do a bread train. That's what we're going to do.
Strawman Me Bro gifted a tier 1 sub to Imgana Crumb. They have given 627
No,
gift subs
that's
in the channel.
awful. Don't say I'm going to... Chat, stop it. Who do you think you are gifting all these Sabrina Carpenters? I just...
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Crumb Daddy. They have given 324 gift subs in the channel.
May be stated as the rule with the large majority of the trade.
It unironically hurts my feelings. I'm very sad, and my feelings are hurted.
These journeyman bakers didn't usually own the bakery, rather
Get away with me. Get away with me. I take that back. Get away from me with your bread shit. Take your foot bread and your crumb daddy somewhere else. I don't want it.
they worked for whoever owned
I'm
the
busy.
building, who had decided to transform the basement into a bakehouse. And most bakeries were just ovens in the basement of a building. There were some that were on ground level where they could open a
that's
window
nice,
and
though.
they would sell bread like you
gifted
think of a
tier 1
bakery,
sub to
but
Disc
most
Throne. They
just
have
an oven
given
in a basement. It is
325 gift
notorious
subs
that
in the
most
channel.
of the London bakehouses are the veriest dungeons, dismal, dirty, and pestiferous. A journeyman stated, "Our bakehouse
Maybe I'll get the mods to start baking gluten-free bread. 18 to 20 hours a day. It's only fair.
is beneath the causeway. The bakehouses generally are very unwholesome. The drainage is bad, and we get offensive fumes from the gas pipes, water closets, and other causes, frequently
Captain
making
Farmers gifted a tier 1 sub to gluten-free bread. They have given 1,589 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you. And you know what? Gluten-free bread has gotten so good. We don't even need gluten anymore. Cope. I'm fine, all right? Honestly, the fact that Max made a video about bread and then you guys have done this train about bread really does make me think that perhaps the universe is out to get me. But it's fine. I will be able to journal about this later. And some of you are being named specifically as bad people. I'm just letting you know. Just letting you know that my journaling could just be a list. It could just be a list of people by.
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Pitting Free Diet.
Okay, that's
They
kind of
have
funny.
given 326 gift subs in the channel.
That's kind of funny. Yeah, I'm not internalizing any blame, Tasty, as I said, anymore. I feel like the women who have come before me, sorry, sorry. I feel like the women who have come before me have done enough internalizing of responsibility for all women, and I'm not doing it anymore. I'm blaming others. And chat, that's you. Suck bread.
Making us quite sick. The reason these places could be so unappealing is that most of them were a delivery-only model, so they didn't have any customers actually coming to the establishment to purchase the bread. Rather, it would be delivered, and they didn't have to hire anybody.
Notin__ gifted a tier 1 sub to Crumbo Vengeance.
That will
They
be the
have
name
given
of my list.
109 gift subs in the channel.
That will be the name of my list, and you're probably on it.
To either sell the bread or deliver the bread, because
Guys, it's
many
not
of the
a cult.
bakers
You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community. Keep it casual.
Try out. We all know that's just you trying to get in trouble and on the list of shame. Crumb of Vengeance list. God, some of you, I swear to God.
especially the younger ones, would do all the baking and then
If you're new here, I'm actually grateful and not a giant bitch, okay? Sometimes. Not right now. But sometimes. And Chad will back me up on that. Chad will back me up. They'll tell you.
do all of the deliveries, and at a really low wage. The weekly wages of these men range from 12 shillings to 18 shillings, with the allowance of half a quartern loaf to each person per day. The foreman would make quite a bit more, £1 to £1.10 shillings, but the second, third, and fourth
You'd probably never want to sniff bread again.
hands, they were making less than most unskilled workers of the day, and they were working a lot more hours. The only time that they had off that wasn't for sleep was Saturday evenings. The bakeries would usually close at 3 p.m. and then they wouldn't open again until Sunday at around 10 a.m. So they'd have like a 19-hour weekend.
Doty_90
But
gifted a tier 1 sub to Bread Sniffer. They have given 327 gift subs in the channel.
Well,
Cuba32X gifted a tier 1 sub to Pura Brett Diaper. They have given 121 gift subs in the channel.
what the fuck is that username? Oh my God, I hate the internet.
to get that time off, they then had to work constantly.
Like the images that have been imprinted into my brain unwillingly through just existing on the internet, I would never recover. Truly. Like I could have gone my whole life without ever imagining that. Do you know what I mean? I could have gone my whole fucking life. And yet, no, this is where I ended up. That's fine. That's fine. I'm so chill about that. That's so chill.
Captain
no.
Farmers gifted a tier 1 sub to Moist Bread. They have given 1,590 gift subs in the channel.
Chat, I'm
for
about
the
to abolish
40
men.
previous hours, basically from Thursday night all the way until Saturday afternoon. Taking it all together, therefore, it will be found that a large portion of these men are employed weekly for the almost incredible period of 112 hours.
You know what? I'm going to take this moment to thank the unions for our 40-hour work week because that's fucking insane.
Averaging upwards of 18 hours per day out of the 24, reckoning 6 days to the week. So they were working long hours, but what exactly was that work like?
I'm gonna guess pretty
it all
bad.
started with massive sacks of flour that came in from
Tamp
the miller.
gifted a tier 1
These
sub
sacks
to
weighed
Wholegrain
20
underscore bread. They have given 142 gift subs in the channel.
G-Tab, thank you for not kicking over. I don't even have to talk about Brendan. Oh. No, it's over.
Mapoggies
Is it
gifted a
over?
tier 1 sub to Ui
Oh, thank God.
Baguette.
Haha, Mapoggies, you tried. But no Irish accent for you, you sneaky fuck. I see
A
it.
gym bro who never does leg days glued intolerant.
No, it's over. I see the two failed edges. You have to live with that. And everybody else gets to live without my Irish accent. Thank God. I blame PayPal.
Stone, that is 280 pounds, and could produce
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Catboy. They have given 328 gift subs in the channel.
Dottie, put it away. Put it away. All right, relax. Watch the video. Sit back. Enjoy. All right. And I love pickles. Bread replacement.
90 to 100 loaves of bread, which means that those were some really large loaves of bread. As
It's okay that we're just average size, chat.
for the flour itself, it was in theory mostly wheat. They did make some barley and oat bread, but what people expected was wheat bread, finely ground white flour. The only issue is that the white flour required more processing, which made it more expensive. So they would often use inferior quality flours and just add things in to bulk it up and to make it
Oh, cool. Very healthy.
whiter to fool people. As I mentioned, this could be something like ground up bone, chalk, or plaster of Paris, though
Anyone want some chalk bread?
other more edible additives like potato, corn, and pea flour were also common, as was something called alum. It's a fine white powder that really made the flour look nice and white, and it had been used to adulterate flour for centuries,
I reckon they still use it in America.
though it had been outlawed in 1758 for that purpose, but it didn't seem to really stop anyone because it was just so useful, despite the fact that in large quantities it is rather toxic. Now, the millers were adding this because it made the flour look
Evan, put it away.
white so they could sell it to the bakers for more. The thing is, the bakers would then often add even more alum, not because it made it look white, but because alum retains a lot of water, so it made it heavier. This made it so very often an entire loaf of bread would only be 2/3 flour and 1/3 other. Now, the issue with all of these additives is that
It was
they
killing
don't
people?
actually make bread. They don't act like flour does. They don't absorb the water in the same way. So things are going to be really gritty, especially with things like chalk. And no matter how much you need plaster of Paris, it's never going to stretch because there's no gluten in it. And so to get it even close to something that could be turned into a loaf of bread, it made it so the bakers had to knead the flour even more than they typically
And then all the sweat went in it. Ugh, yuck.
would. And it wasn't just one loaf of bread. They were kneading massive
Like, look at their arms. That's the vascularity men dream of these days. Let's go hit a bunch of bread, chat. There you go. You get nice forearms.
amounts of dough in these long troughs. It was hot and they were sweaty and they would
So,
Delicious sweat.
56 months. Vic, thank you. Very grateful.
Imagine. Croissants so buttery they practically melt on your fingers, layers flaking like edible parchment from the heavens. Focaccia soaked in olive oil, smug with rosemary, daring
Yum.
you to resist. Chocolate chip cookies, warm, gooey,
This is really
betraying
fucked
you
up
with
of
every
you.
sweet bite. And don't forget the cinnamon roll, thick icing, unapologetically sticky, a spiraled sin. But then, stroganoff, in bed, velvet sauce, tender beef, tangled noodles, shirt off, fork in hand, perfection.
Yep. True.
often take off half of their clothes while they were doing it. And
Not the naked bread making.
even at this time, in the mid-19th century, people were surprised that they weren't using machines to help them. It will be asked by our descendants with astonishment if indeed it could be true that at this epoch of industrial progress, our principal aliment were prepared in the gross manner that it is, by plunging the arms into the dough, and raising and tossing it about with such force as to exhaust the strength of the half-naked journeyman, and cause streams of perspiration to flow and mingle with the alimentary substance. Gross. Though I guess it's like anything else, out of sight, out of mind. Like I said, most of these places, you never actually saw the bread until it arrived on your doorstep, and even those shops where they did have a storefront, people just accepted that the bread...
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to Naked Bakers. They have given 329 gift subs in the
bread in
channel.
the storefront looked nice, and so wherever they were baking it had to look nice too. If instead of being satisfied with the aspect of the loaves exhibited in the windows of the bakers' shops, we were to descend into the offices where they were made and witness the want of cleanliness and wholesomeness which attend their fabrication, could see here a reservoir of water which is never changed, there supplies of flour exposed to the influence of an impure atmosphere.
They did write in a fairly dramatic way, didn't they? You know, Evan, or who was it that asked what British thing did I bring? Maybe it was Dottie, I can't remember. Maybe it's my dramatic nature, my dramatic use of language. Because look at this shit. I mean, you know, a dramatic use of language perhaps is my adoption of culture out of the
Either
Britannias.
too damp or overheated, and above all, sickly, perspiring men in contact with our food. We should turn away with a very legitimate feeling of disgust. Sickly, she calls them, because, alas, that is precisely what they were. See, the bakers would often stay in the bakehouse even while the bread was rising for several hours, and they would sleep there on the ground. Sometimes because they wanted to, sometimes because whoever owned the bakery actually locked them in, lest they not return in time to bake the morning's bread. Well, this made it so for hours and hours on end, they were breathing in the flour in the air, the coal dust, and whatever else they were adding to that bread. These living conditions would often lead to palpitation, diseases of the heart, and apoplectic seizures. In 1848, there was a study done of the bakers of Edinburgh, and it was found that almost every single one of them had a horrible inflammation of the lungs that would later become known as baker's lung or baker's asthma. They also suffered from rheumatism, skin diseases, and frequent bloody noses and throats due to the flour dust in the air. There are few old or even middle-aged men among them. The average of the whole 111 was only 30 3/4 years. It is only to be accounted for by premature death and the constant influx of young men to supply the place of the deceased.
Oh, you did not want to be a baker.
I should think that there is no class of men, excepting perhaps the grinders of Sheffield, so liable to severe diseases of the chest as the bakers. The grinders of Sheffield were the people who ground knives down, and so their lungs often were filled with metallic particles, which I guess is even worse. Now, there were people in Victorian Britain who tried to make the lives of these bakers a little bit better. By one way was getting rid of those breakfast rolls that kept the bakers working until the wee hours of the morning. A loud and very
Eat something else for breakfast, you absolute fucksticks.
just complaint is made against night work, but all know that this is caused by the public demand for hot rolls at breakfast, and there can be no possible remedy till the use of that species of bread is abandoned. There were those that wrote that the baker's lack of good health was due not to the long hours and the strenuous labor, but rather to the fact that they didn't go to church on Sunday mornings because they were sleeping in, since the only night of the week that they could do anything was Saturday.
Can't believe they didn't get up to pray, lazy fucks. 112 work hours a week and you're not praying? That's why God doesn't love you.
Saturday night, and they often spent that night in the alehouses of Britain. But there were others who completely understood why that was necessary. Exhausted by the inordinate amount of work exacted of them, how strong is the temptation during the brief periods which they can snatch from labor and sleep systematically to repair to the alehouse, to stir up their languid frames by means of stimulating draughts. No wonder then if in course of time they abandon themselves to dissipated habits. Now, in the latter half of the century, there were some machines that were brought in to hopefully make the life of a baker a little bit easier. The issue was that the machines were expensive and they usually wouldn't fit into these little basement bakehouses, and so the owners of the bakery would rarely buy them, meaning that few bakers actually benefited from these new machines. There were a few, though. In 1860, a John Jellicoe of Dublin began using a machine that
Jellicoe cats and Jellicoe do.
has been able to do away with the necessity of using the hands and feet in kneading the
And feet. And feet. And feet. And feet.
Doty_90 gifted a tier 1 sub to none of your business.
Lol.
They have given 330 gift subs in the channel.
dough. He boasted that it allowed the bakers to change the hours that they worked to be mostly during the day, thereby putting an end to the uncleanly and injurious habit of shutting the bakers up to work all night. Hot rolls, etc. for breakfast, sent out at 7 o'clock a.m., and hot large bread from 9:30 a.m. Though perhaps the most effective way to lighten the load of a baker was to get rid of the most time-consuming part of the process, and that was letting the yeast do the rising of the bread. And they did this with the addition of chemical leaveners like baking powder or with gas. There was a machine
Anybody want some gas bread?
invented by the Aerated Bread Company that was huge at the end of the Victorian Age because they produced bread almost entirely by machine, and from beginning to end it could produce 400 2-pound loaves in just 40 minutes. It removed the yeast and instead injected the dough with carbonic acid gas as it was baking, and this gave it a nice light texture with lots of bubbles, just as if it had been yeast. Of course, while the texture was the same, the flavor was not, because yeast is where bread gets a lot of its flavor. Alas, while inventions like this did help out bakers, many of them did not get to use them for the reasons I explained, money mainly, but also because the bakers themselves were afraid that they would take their jobs. And I guess in many ways, they did. I mean,
And now we're back here again with AI. It's just the endless cycle of machines taking our jobs, and we don't do anything of use after they do that, like enjoy our lives. Seems like some bullshit.
we don't need as many bakers today to produce the same amount of bread. Wouldn't happen in their lifetime, but eventually it would. But for the
No, now we're at a point where everybody wants to make their own bread because it would be nice to have enough time to just make your own bread. Isn't that crazy?
Victorian age, despite the advent
You know what, Dottie? You go back to making bread with feet.
of these machines, there were still plenty of bakers working in dank basements for 18 hours a day, making bread for the masses. Bread like this ginger loaf, which should be about ready.
All right,
So
hit me
once
with
it's
the-
fully baked,
Oh,
remove
wow.
the loaf from the oven and let it cool completely before slicing.
Oh.
And here we are,
Wow,
a
looks pretty
massive
good.
ginger loaf from Victorian England. So I
That looks like pretty good bread.
don't think the pictures do it justice.
This man needs to put a slathering of butter on this. I would eat it with a slathering of butter like you've never seen the amount of butter I would put on that bread. Do you know what I mean?
Already cut some off, as you can see, but so just imagine that. But this is a big loaf of bread, really,
chunky
really
loaf.
huge, and quite. You know, it's fairly airy. It's not like huge bubbles or anything, but turned out pretty well. But let's give it a taste. The thing is, I don't smell any ginger. There's so much ginger in here.
And it's all been baked in, and you just get the health benefits.
There's like so much ginger. It's I think I did the math. I think it was about 20 times more ginger than it is than in a loaf
Maybe the ginger got eaten by the yeast.
of gingerbread. It's a lot of ginger. Let's go.
Does it taste good?
Then taste of ginger. That's really weird.
Ginger
There it
kick.
is.
It's got a ginger kick. It's got a ginger lake kick.
Oh, that's weird. So it just tastes like plain bread until the very end, and then you get the flavor. It's almost as if like you ate a piece of ginger 2 minutes ago. Like it's really mild.
Weird.
That's shocking. It's good bread though. So I don't think this bread was very popular because I have not been able to find it anywhere except
It may not be the best use of your ginger.
for in this one cookbook. Gingerbread you can find everywhere, but a ginger loaf that isn't sweet.
I love gingerbread too. Only 16 Fridays till Christmas now. Well, 17 still. 16 tomorrow.
Wow. Now the ginger is really hitting me. Now it's like burning, burning my throat. This is very interesting bread. Weird. It's only growing, the ginger flavor. Anyway, not a very popular bread, and I can kind of see why. I'd rather just have gingerbread because gingerbread was extremely popular. So why not just have some gingerbread? I don't know. It's good though. Like I said, it really, really makes you appreciate the fact that you don't have to make hundreds of loaves and that you can make it in a rather comfortable kitchen or wherever you do your baking, rather than a dank basement.
Hot Ones bread
in
edition.
Victorian London. Glad I'm not a Victorian baker. That's all I gotta say.
Same.
And I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Oh, thanks, Max. That was traumatizing. Foot bread, everyone.
Ah, for crying out loud!
Why was the baker so hard to understand? He had a yeast infection.
Chat, I know you all want to be Sabrina Carpenter. I know, I get it. I know. Not you guys paying the joke. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Swear to God. What am I gonna do with you all? Honestly. Do you know what it's so crazy, the internet. I sit here making what I think is brilliant content for 2 hours, and then you guys are like, let's fuck with them by making bread puns. Like, I literally picture you.
I went to a zoo and there was a baguette in a cage. The keeper said it was bred in captivity.
No. 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 I don't get it. 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 I don't. I try, you know? I try. I try. I'm a trier.
Alad Joni gifted a tier 1 sub to Breadtastic. They have given 46 gift subs in the channel.
My boob. And now you all expect me to sing for you. After all this. After the footbread debacle of 20... I was about to say 19.
Ah, for crying out loud!
Did you know that to kill a French vampire, you need to stab them through the heart with a baguette? Apparently it's painstaking.
today. I spent 3 hours.
Boy!
Did you hear about the French baker who fell into a pile of freshly baked baguettes? He was in pain.
Boy!
I saw on Wikipedia that dolphins can bake bread. Citation needed.
You want to know what I need? Chat, you want to know what I need? You want to know what I need? Fucking drink. No, I don't need a bagel to be able to eat normal bread. It's just a little bit, it's just a little bit mean. I spent 3 hours today fixing my background, my camera angle, my lighting, everything. I put the lamp in the background, and then I make good conversation, and we do history night, and sure, it's about bread, so I guess in some ways I did bring this upon myself, but it just doesn't seem very fair when I'm not allowed to eat bread. I'm not allowed to have gluten. No, my body's decided gluten is poison, apparently. And then you guys are like, it's fine. I'm fine. Again, I'm writing a list and I'm checking it twice. And, you know, I don't know what happens to the people on the list. I'm just letting you know that there is one. It will be extensive. I don't know, the breadening, the bread box of doom. I don't know, something. She's bred up, chat. You are.
Bread crusts contain powerful antioxidants like catboy lysine, which may help prevent cancer and are found in higher concentrations than in the bread's interior.
Crustation explainer. Collingwood won tonight, so there's that in your favour. You're so right. You know? You're so right. Take a deep bread, Pixel. It's gonna be alright. Now, Ghost. You've only been here like a week. Look what you've done, chat. You've indoctrinated a new person into your shenanigans. No, don't stop joining in. Stop. You look so deweeted right now.
People who continue to eat bread even though they have digestive problems with a gluten for punishment.
It's just a little wry humor.
Look, I have an idea to update your background. If croissants can have layers, so can your stream background. So why settle for flat things like books when you could stack loaves like knowledge? So we replace your piles with bread piles, each sourdough a crusty manifesto, every baguette a crunchy hot take. It's not clutter, it's gluten decor. We can call it ciabatta. 'Ciabatta. 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 '
Ah, for crying out loud.
Can we please stop making bread jokes? Pix has made it clear she wants none of it.
Bye!
Today we learned the true breadth of bakery puns.
Take me back to the pie. I regret this. I don't know how this happened. But it's just not. Take me back to the fucking pie. I'd rather you guys tell me every 30 seconds that my pie was ready.
Bye!
Not a pun, but feels appropriate. What baking can do.
You did not just request what baking can do.
Bye!
What do you call a game where Germans throw bread at each other? Gluten time.
Mapoggis, that's the most evil you've ever been. The fuck?
You need to level up your game, chat.
Do not. Just need a minute to myself. I will be back momentarily. 12 months to Salty?
The Catboy gifted a tier 1 sub to Salty Heimken.
What did you do? What did you do? We broke Pix by breaking bread. You know what? Sometimes I'm glad I ignore you. You know, it's not every day. But it's some days. Anyway, I'm pretty sure this is made out of wheat too, so. Does alcohol have gluten in it? Oh, shut up, Guppy. Let's have a toast to something. Get the fuck out. Get out of my chat. Out. Legend.
Really baguette.
I can't believe I have to sing what baking can do. I'm not going to be able to get it out. Legend, thanks for the 87 months. I also hate you right now. So
I do
That's
not know
over.
if it does.
It's
Sounds
o-
like
it's
it's
over.
on a need-to-know basis.
this is whiskey. Is whiskey gluten-free? Or is this my last ever whiskey as well? Do I have to find someone to give away all my whiskeys to and then just sit with my nothingness while people make bread puns around me? Nacho, fuck off. Whiskey is distilled, it's fine. Cheers. A prison of your own baking? I'm a good person. I'm goodish, and like most of the time, I'm nice. And I just
It's okay, my mum used to drink because of me too.
Who said that?
Vic Morrow's Ghost gifted a tier 1
See,
sub to
well,
you for
that's just
mysticism.
nice.
They
Unless...
have given 214 gift subs in the channel.
Wait, what did Euphemisticism say? Oh, the joke. The good joke. Yeah, well, you know, well, good for you. So, real camaraderie in my chat tonight. Fucking good for you. Yeah, well, fuck. Well, at least someone's bringing people together. You know? Bread. It's done a great job throughout history and once again, proving great. I'm going to shut the door. Actually, I'm going to shut the door. I shut the door. It's the yeast we could do. You all belong in the oven. You are, chat. You're all the footbread. You're actually all the footbread. When I picture you, I picture footbread. That's right. That's right. No, I picture you all as footbread. You've begun this. Go away. You're at the top of the bad list. Just so I can't sing What Baking Can Do. I'm not gonna get it out. At least, I mean, I guess it's about pie. That's not bread.
Like, I could not tell you the last time I paid for anything.
Live Learn Please, Jerry Rafferty, Baker Street.
It's a significant amount of commitment to the meme. It's actually a great tune, is it? Is it? Is it? Sir Tomo, you need help. Jesus, one of the gods, I don't know, but tasty fuck. Not Whitney Houston. Jesus made bread. I swear to God. Okay. All right. We're moving on. Jas. Okay. Can we all just take a minute for the beautiful background I created? Because in my mind's eye, you've all just donated because I worked really hard today to make such a cozy space on my stream. I'm reframing. That's what I've done. I've reframed. I've reframed. I've reframed and Make it work, make it easy, make it clever, craft it into pieces, make it sweet, crimp the edges, or make it sour and serve with lemon wedges. Even doubt can be delicious, and it washes off of all the dirty dishes. When it's done, I can smile. It's on someone else's plate for a while. I'll place it on display, and then I'll slice and serve my worries away. I can it's amazing what baking can do. Hard warm-up song. Make it up and surprise them. Tell them all my secrets, but disguise them. So they dance on the tongues of the very people that their secrets from. Make it soon, make it better, though better never lasts forever. I'll make it small, so it fits. Even this, even now, even as the walls come tumbling down, even as I can't stop remembering how every door ever made me never once walked out. Something I never got the chance to ask her about. So with flour on my hands, I'll show them all how goddamn happy I am. Sugar, butter, flour, don't let me down. Let's see the next amazing thing baking does now. Probably making bread. Chat, my voice is kind of funny this week. For those of you who are in sync, you know why. Vin,
Smixel Hey 50 is a good number.
it's a great number. It's a very nice round number, Vin. Thank you for the sneaky 50 months and a tier 2 as well. That's very kind. Thank you.
I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the step am I doing here? I do not belong here.
Is that a song request, Fradley? Or are you just making a nice pun? I saw you before. What's Baker Street? I guess we'll all find out together. Chat. Sometimes the shit that you find funny. Cold people got no soul and it's taking you so long. Find out where you are. I have to make up the melody, it's too low. I used to say that it was so easy. Trying, you're trying now. Year and then you'll be happy, but crying, you're crying now. All right, I'm making it up. I'm making it up because the best part is obviously the saxophone part. And I reckon the melody doesn't matter too much.
Dark All Day, please.
Sure. Oh my god, a song that doesn't have to do with bread. It's kind of a banger. I do love a saxophone. Winding down your Baker Street light in your head and you're dead on your feet. Well, another crazy day. You drink the night away and forget about everything. The city desert makes you feel so cold. It's got so many people, but it's got no soul. And it's taken you so long to find out you were wrong when you thought it out, everything. You used to think that it was so easy. You used to say that it was so easy. But you're trying now. Another year and then you'd be happy. Just one more year and then you'd be happy. But you're crying now. The saxophone's good. Who knew? What else is this from? Way down the street, there's a light in his place. He opens the door, he's got that look on his face, and he asks you where you've been. You tell him you've seen, and you talk about anything. He's got this dream about buying some land. He's gonna give up the booze and the one night stands, and then he'll settle down in some little quiet town and forget about everything. But you know he'll always keep moving. You know he's never gonna stop moving, 'cause he's rolling. He's a rolling stone. And when you wake up, it's a new morning. The sun is shining, it's a new morning. But you're going on. Good. Really like saxophones. I don't know what it is. It's a good sound, isn't it? I don't know who could have requested that song, but great addition to the list. I can't be mad about a sax ad, you know? I can't be bad. Out of all of the bread suffering. Wait, maybe perhaps the unneeded suffering I just went through.
He who breaketh bread alone is hungry still. Blessed is he who eateth of another's portion.
It's just a good point, and I just, I think after all that, I am ready to admit that out of that has come some good. You've risen to the occasion, I swear to God. Yeah. Hilarious. Yeah. When you were here before at the bakery, couldn't look you in the eye. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like some flower off the side of a bench. I'm sitting here singing like some fucking wench. But I'm a crepe. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I wanna need the dough. I wish I was stronger, but I'm really fucking slow. I want you to notice my good sourdough. I stabbed my knife in good and deep, like Max told me to on the video. But I'm a crepe. I'm a needle. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. No, no. She's running out the door. No, she's not, because in early day England they would lock all of the bakers in, so they couldn't leave for 18 hours a day. And I'm sure that was fine, and they were all boys, so it probably wasn't me anyway. Whatever you want. You're so fucking special, chat. You're so special. You did all that. But I'm a crepe. You're a needle. What the hell are we doing here? I don't know how we got here. I don't know how we got here. Well, I do, and it's because you're all fucking freaks. It's fine. We're chilling. All right, we're out of the bread bin.
Ah, for crying out loud.
It's been good, wholesome fun. I can see you're enjoying it. Do not try to deny it.
When would I ever try and deny having
It's not a
fun?
cult. You can't
Are
just
we
tell
though?
everybody it's a cult when they first come
I
in.
swear to
Scare 'em
fucking
off.
God.
Community, guys. Community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
Oh, Jaeger, thanks for the
No
5.
gaming. No more porn. No. We're going to go back and learn how to dance.
Since it's their Sunday, Back to history of late 80s in Denmark. Bakerman by Laid Back.
We just moved on from the bread. Also, I know who that is and not a moose. Fucking my ass. Did I miss Baker Street? You did. Suck shit, Jazz. Look, I get to sing a song that isn't about bread. One of my favorite ones. Enjoy it. I'm in a good mood. This is great. Saxophone. Oh, that's a good line, Nacho. I didn't think of that one. Good brain. Good evening. Hey, Mac XP. I have nothing to prove. As he takes from me my last breath, and then I'm picking up the of a feeling. It is dark all day, but there is something in the sky that glows. What a hell of a feeling with such a brilliant mind. Can you feel those chemicals in the air tonight? I will see you on the other side. I am your night, go rip my heart out. Darkness falling, yet another night. Come on, lost boys, let's stay alive. What a hell of a day to embrace disorder. And there is something in your eyes that burns. Light up, drag the river. Can you see there are chemicals in the air tonight? I will see you on the other side. I am your night, go rip night, my sweetheart. I love singing that song. Famis, was there a song request with that 1337? Or was it
Ah, for crying
a
out
singular
loud.
donut?
Phantom of the Opera, musical version,
Oh,
please.
okay, so that one was not a request, but that one is. I see. I see. But first, it is the Sunday, and we're going to Denmark for what? I can't. How do I copy paste this? Whatever, I'll type it in. What is it? Baker Man. Laid back. Yes, this is. It's for the Danishes in the chat, which there are none of. I don't know, please. I don't know. It's so sexy, though, isn't it? Oh, okay. I'm muting while I learn. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Bye, not a nun. Thanks to the banger request. Oh, that's nice, Nacho. Who knew? You know what? I think I can probably sing this, you guys. Oh, Famis, that's so fucking
Captain
nice of
Farmers
you.
gifted 6 months of tier 1 to Nacho_Dusty.
Baker Man
They gifted 1,596
is baking
months
bread.
in the channel.
Baker Man is baking bread. Sagabona Kunjani Wena. Sagabona Kunjani Wena. The night train is coming. Gotta keep on running. The night train is coming. Gotta keep on running. Baker Man is baking bread. Baker Man is making bread. Sagabona Kunjani Wena. Sagabona Kunjani Wena. The night train is coming. The night train is coming. Baker man is baking bread. Sakabana, kunjane wena. Baker man is baking bread. Gotta cool down. Take it easy. You gotta cool down. 'Cause your bread. Relax, take it easy. Slow down, relax, slow down, relax. It's too late to worry. Slow down, take it easy, yeah. Take it easy. I want to hear about anybody not taking it easy. Cause the baker man is baking bread. Baker man. Famous, I don't know. Can I sing the high notes of this song at 11:15 on a Thursday night? I don't even know if I can sing them quietly. In sleep he sang to me, in dreams he came. That voice which calls to me and speaks my name. And do I dream again? For now I find the Phantom of the Opera is there inside my mind.
Sing once again with me our strange duet. My power over you grows stronger yet. And though you turn from me to glance behind, the Phantom of the Opera is there inside your mind.
And those who have seen your face draw back in fear. I am the mask you wear.
It's me they hear.
Your spirit and my voice in one combined. The Phantom of the Opera is there inside my mind.
In all your fantasies, you
I can't hit the note.
always knew that man and mystery
We're both in you, and in this labyrinth
for me.
I can't.
Sing my angel of music. Sing for me.
Famous, hit me on a day when my voice isn't being ravaged by hormones and it's not 11:22 at night. I get too nervous. I don't like being yelled at, and I don't want to get yelled at by my... I didn't have reverb on that whole time. The whole time! Why am I like this? Squeak, my guinea pig of music. I swear to God. I swear to God. The whole town is talking about how you're falling in love. I read in the papers he's someone that girls dream about. Some kind of ruler on top of a kingdom. I'm just a jester, I'll never be him. Last night you called to me. It almost killed me to hear you scream my name. Your smile still kills the same. I almost turned around. You chased me to the ground. You asked me how I've been, but how do I begin to tell you? I should have chased you across every single state. I laid down my sword for fate, 'cause it's too little, way too late. I didn't need the reminder of things I've done wrong, of promises broken, fragility hidden in song. Guess that we're soulmates in different lifetimes. What if you leave him? Throw me a lifeline. I know you're happy, but it just killed me to hear you scream my name. A clear fucking X-ray of if I'd stuck around. I swear to God I almost drowned. You asked me how I've been, but how could I begin to tell you? I should have chased you. I should be who you're engaged to. Lost my fight with fate, a tug of war of leave or stay. I give in, I abdicate, I lay down my sword anyway. I'll see you at heaven's gate, 'cause it's too little, way too late. I'll toast outside your wedding day. Whisper vows I'll never say to you, 'cause it's too little or too. I really like that one off that album. Like, Leve wrote that from a male perspective. She's like, I really wanted to write a song from a man's perspective, and that's what she wrote. She's very talented. It's not often people write from the perspective of a post office. Fuck off. Hi, Dimesh. Anybody else who has snuck in over the course of a time? If you're here right now, congratulations, you're living in the present. Here's your reward. Chat, what if I just finished with my favorite song? Maybe I lost my mind. No one noticed. No one noticed. It's getting old. I kinda like it if you call me all alone, 'cause I'm so over being lonely. May have lost. I need a virtual connection. I have lost it. Be my video obsession. No one tried to read my eyes. No one but you. Wish it were true. Baby, I kinda like it if you call me. It's not right, 'cause I'm so over being lonely. Make you mine. I need a virtual connection. Take up time. Be my video obsession. Come on, don't leave me. It can't be that easy, babe. If you believe me, I guess I'll get on a plane, fly to the city, excited to see your face. Hold me, console without a trace. Ding, 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 ding. I kinda like it if you call me, 'cause I'm so over being lonely. I need a virtual connection. Be my video obsession. My voice feels awful today. I think I need to just like go hydrate and. But that song, it just brings me so much joy. I don't know how to explain it any other way other than it really does at the moment. I'm really in that neurodivergent, I'm going to play that song 500 fucking times until I hate it. Take care, Warlock. Thank you, Anonymous, for the hilarious requests. Unheard of. You've never seen it happen before, have you, Tasty? It's a brand new experience for everybody in this chat. It has paced breathing effect on my nervous system. I like it. Yes, same. Chat, it's 11:30. I'll go to bed. I'm doing a long stream tomorrow. So you'll have me again. All right? And then I'm taking the weekend. I've worked so many days in a row again. I'm so mentally stable at the moment. The fuck? And I'm not even medicated. What the fuck is going on? Truly. And nothing even that good has happened. Truly. What's going on? It can't be actually like just getting a range of nutrients, can it? Thanks, Nacho. Like, it's called pulling your shit together. Yeah, but I've pulled my shit together before and I just don't know if I have ever felt this mentally stable. Oh, spring is here. You're quite right. I have survived the winter. You make a decent point. Perhaps that is it.
Also appreciate it.
Could that be it? Is it just the fact I've survived the winter and I'm riding the post-winter high? Maybe it's my new background. Which, honestly, I don't think enough of you have complimented. So, if you could go back to doing that. That'd be fucking great. Kirsty, what? Oh, thanks. Thanks, Mini Madman. I choose to accept your compliment from before about my singing. More than that one. Even though that one's good. That one feels, it's like I asked for it. It's not authentic. You simply must rest your head. I simply must. I simply must. Come on, don't leave me. It can't be that easy, baby. If you believe me, I guess I'll get on a plane, fly to your city. Excited. See your face. Oh no, I put too many L's. All right, Ari. Ari moved into her new house. So I assume she's singing too. So if you like my singing, you might like Ari's singing. And I like Ari's singing. So, shoe flies. Go sit on some bread somewhere else. And forever remember that I think of you as footbread.
Ah, for crying out loud!
Oh wow. I've literally just arrived in your stream this second, and I wanted to express how amazing your background is.
Wow, thank you. I know, because I put so much effort into fixing it today so it's cozy. And everyone noticed, I'm sure. Didn't you, chat? You did. Look at the pile of books I presented my intellectualism for you. Now it's obvious that I'm smart. I'm not. There's a lamp. Look at the lamp I gave you. Look at this glorious vintage lamp. All right, look at that. That's so much personality right there. Okay, goodbye. I'll see you tomorrow.